I was having a bit of a weird brain today. So, I ended up, for some reason, wanting to play the old card game Duel Masters for some reason. I really don't have an answer as to why. This just kind of clicked in my brain about 20 minutes ago, actually. As I was going through Game Boy Advance games, and happened to spot this one, which I had not played. I played the other Game Boy Advance game and the PS2 game a bit here and there. I never actually played this one. This one's Shadow of the Code. Now, whether it's any good or not, haven't the slightest clue. I know it functions. I know that much because I tested it. Beyond that, we'll see what happens. I'm noticing... No, that isn't... No, that is cut off ever so slightly. Huh. Let me fix that. I only just now noticed that just like the teeny tiniest bit over there is cut off. Hang on. That's gonna bug me if I don't fix it. There we go. I don't know why that was cut off, or how that ended up cut off. Cut off on the other side, too. How long has it been like that? Because this is the Game Boy Advance setup, so it's not like I changed anything in a long time, so I guess there's been a few pixels cut off on both sides of the Game Boy Advance setup for a while then. Great. Great. Love getting information like that. But if anybody here has not seen Duel Masters before, which highly likely you haven't, it is another collectible card game in a similar vein to like Yu-Gi-Oh! Or Magic, etc. I'll go through how the game works as we go. It's not a complicated game, you'll figure it out very quickly. I'm going to assume this game, like the other ones, probably follows plot from the show, which I did not watch. So, don't ask me about any of that, I don't know. I got nothing for you on that. Just gonna get that one out of the way now. I'm also not gonna be paying attention to the plot, I'm just here to play the card game. For the most part, so... Because I am reasonably confident the plot for this isn't gonna be very good. So I'm probably just not gonna be paying attention. This is just going to be a fuck around day. And I may very well hop to something else before today's over. Just as a note. Because I may pull up the PS2 game so you guys get to see that one as well, just as a example set. Because I actually have a copy of the PS2 game still for... I'm not sure why we still have that, but it's still there. Yeah, let's just get this show on the road, shall we? I will just name this for file labeling purposes, if nothing else. There we go. We will go ahead and play on normal, because I do know how to play the game. And it'll be funnier if I build a deck from scratch rather than taking a pre-built, so we'll go with that. This is gonna take a few minutes, though, because I did this in testing as well, and you'll understand in a minute why I say it's gonna take a bit. Is they give you 100 credits to spend and everything has predefined values, but if you look at these cards, you may start to realize there may be like one minor problem, depending on whether you understand the card game even slightly to begin with. The problem being, you have to actually go into this select menu here to tell what color the card is, unless you remember them. And it's gonna take a while to cycle through them all that way. Now, the good news is, since I did just test this, I do actually know what color some of these are. Obviously, some I am not going to remember. And some of them are pretty obvious, looking at them. Now, at the very least, for starting off, I'm going to go with what I know, which is going to be red. But, for those that don't know, this game runs on a fairly typical red, blue, black... light, which is technically white, but you can call it either light or white. People will understand you more than likely either way. And then green. And all of them, just like in Magic, need their specific color mana to be played. If you don't have the specific color mana, well, good news, you're gonna be sitting there doing a whole lot of nothing. So it's gonna be an issue there. I'm just scrolling through till we get to some of the red cards. Thought they were higher up in here, but apparently not. This is a red card. Most of your robots, your dragons, your dinosaurs, and things like that are going to be red. I believe most of the humans, as far as creature type goes, are also red. Yeah, we're actually in red territory now. Obviously, we're grabbing that one. We'll grab at least 2 copies of Burning Power. You do need a few spells. This one also makes your attackers stronger. Is red, as you might imagine, like in most card games of this flavor, is your rush attack X set, for the most part. We are going to want a bunch of Crimson Hammers, because that's a kill card. We want our cheap basic unit. Take at least one of those, 2 of those. A lot of this is going to be, like I said, from memory, rather than me sitting there and checking every time, but I am going to check a couple of these, especially the spells, because I don't remember what any of the spells do. I have a decent memory of what some of the attackers do, but I do not remember all the spells offhand. Power Attacker 4000 and Double Breaker. Double Breaker is an important thing to have, especially in a red setup, because to go through that idea while we're here, the game is based on having 5 shields in front of you before your opponent can actually kill you. So, being able to break 2 in one go kind of speeds things along a bit. Very important for aggressive play. Those... Tornado Flame is useful too, isn't it? Yeah, that one can be popped off of a shield. Shield trigger spells are very handy to have, because your shield build cards are random. You do not pick your shield cards. It just pulls 5 cards from your deck and puts them in the shields. So, shield triggers, as you see right there, pop when the shield is broken. So having a kill card as a shield can be very helpful. The dangerous part with something like Tornado Flame is the fact that it does have a damage limit. So, if you end up hitting an enemy that's too strong, and that's the only thing they've got, the card's useless to you. We've gone through only half of our deck size and have spent more than half of our money, so that's not ideal. I feel like I'm spending worse than I did last time. Literally like half an hour ago when I tested this to make sure that this was at least functional. And we're gonna just stick with pure red for the moment, but I'm probably going to start making it weird as we go. I don't know if I'll, like, splash blue, splash black yet. I haven't decided. That'll be kind of one of those we decide as we get there. I'm not gonna bother with a Bullseye Dragon right now. We can pick one up later. We'll take a couple Cavalry Generals. Obviously, we want on a Sky Terror. Sky Terrors are good. Now, admittedly, I don't think there's any of the games that exist up till the end of the card game's life cycle. I don't even know if the card game is still in print at this point. I don't think it is. I'm pretty sure it's just gone. Because I don't recall this having, like, a particularly long life cycle in general. So it wouldn't be a shock if people don't even know what this is. And like I had said before, if you don't understand anything, I'll try to help, but I'm also going to be remembering a lot of this on the fly myself. So, it's going to be a whole thing. So I can't guarantee you anything in terms of, oh yeah, I know what I'm doing. I feel like they gave me different options, but I may just be tripping. We'll grab a handful of these guys because they're nice and cheap. So what does R do again? Oh, right. Okay. If they have more creatures than I do, they can't attack. That's not great, but they'll be bodies. It'll be fine. 11,000 is nice, but I think I'll disregard that for the moment. We are going to grab a bunch of volcanic arrows. Oh, wait, no, this is the one that deletes my own shields. No, we don't want that. We'll take a couple of them in case of emergency, but I don't want a full set of them. Because remember, you only have 5 shields. You blow up all your own shields, you're gonna just die. Doesn't help anything. Isn't gonna be good for you. I believe there are a couple cards that can put shields back, but I think that's either only in light or green, and I don't remember which. If I'm even remembering right that those cards even exist. And they might not be in this game either, because there was only certain sets in each of these games. And I think this is the I think this is the newest of the games. Or at least it was newer than the PS2 game and the other Game Boy Advance game that I had played when I was looking at release dates. Sure, we'll have some Blastos. Chaotic Sky Terror. What is this red? This is red. Discard any number of cards from your hand, then choose the same number of your creatures in the battle zone. Each of those gets Double Breaker. Okay. That could be useful. You can very easily end up in an awful, like, top-decking scenario, but if we have spare cards available, that may be a good one to use. This is very easy for this game to end up in a top-decking scenario due to how the mana generation in this works, and we'll get to that when we get into actual gameplay. Now, I've got a bunch of credits left, so actually I did end up spending smarter this time than I did last time, so let's go ahead and buy some expensive cards. I just gotta go find them again. Because there's no, like, sort or anything to this, in case people are wondering. Otherwise, this would have gone way faster. We want at least one Uber Dragon, because why wouldn't you want something called an Uber Dragon? That's another throw away your shields, but clearing their board is potentially very powerful, so we'll take at least one of those. I don't want too many expensive cost cards either, though. Is a few of the red cards also eat your mana permanently. So you gotta be careful with that so you don't end up just putting yourself in an unplayable position as well. So I'll explain more in detail as we're playing out the first match we get why I say that's important and why that could be a problem. We'll grab another Metal Wing. No, actually that one's 7. We don't want too many 7s. You're not a dragon, but aren't you a useful one? Yeah, that could be a really annoying one for knocking somebody else's mana askew. You just gotta be careful not to overdo it with that, but that'll be one of the few offset ones we have. This is a good one for against people that spam out little stuff, which some of the colors are real big about that idea, so we'll grab a Burst Shot as an oh god, I'm being swarmed move. Oh, but I don't have a Bullzard. I like a Bullzard. You know what, Kippo, you're out. I know this is expensive. Wait, I thought That's odd. I swear there was more credits than that a second ago, but I may have miscounted my expenses. Never mind, we're not getting that then. Alright. You get those credits for free. Like I said, I won't be worrying about plot. The short version of what's happening here is we are catching the tail end of a tournament that we actually won. I remember that from testing, and you get your MacGuffin item as far as where your menu and everything is from that. And you get a few free packs, which is the more important part for us. Nothing I'm particularly going to use, though, because we already have a full set of Crimson Hammers. So this is all useless to me until we start varying things up a bit. There's some red cards in there, so we might actually have something we use here. Well, I could have avoided getting the Burst Shot or the Engineer Kippo because we just got free ones. I could cycle them in if I end up needing more cheap things, so that's not a bad I'd get. A couple of red cards coming up in here too. Are you red? No, you're green. Actually, let me just cycle through it on this screen, because you can cycle side to side, and this will be easier for y'all to understand what we're looking at. And for me to remember what some of these cards even are. Ooh, we did get a Muramasa. That is a good one to have as well, because every time he attacks, he kills off a cheapo, which is good. Helps keep the spam down again, like I talked about before. Specifically says this card has no special ability. Yeah, we've gone through the whole set now. Okay. And I think, yeah, that's all of them. Picture of the winning bit, because I think this is a sequel to the other Game Boy Advance game. Blah, 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 blah. You didn't get to fight. Oh, no. Oh, and now there's a whole interview. I forgot about this bit. Is I went through all of this just to get to an actual fight to see if this played like the other Game Boy Advance game, which it essentially does. I think it's a little bit cleaner. Always attack. Ruthless aggression. Sure, I don't remember the plot from the first game because I didn't pay attention to that one either. Okay, go to card shop. That's what I gathered from all of that. As you'll notice, we have nowhere else we can go. Now, the funny thing is, when we go here to the card shop, we're actually going to get even more packs. So it's kind of silly that you don't even get a fight with the deck you assemble until you've already gotten, like, a ton more cards to work with. It's a bit weird as far as that goes. Which, when I did the test game, worked out for me because I didn't actually realize about pressing select to look at what color the cards were, so I went purely off memory and ended up with a bunch of incorrect cards. Which was a bit awkward, as you might imagine. Okay. We're getting invited to a tournament. Okay, very good. Now, we can fight this kid over here as our first opponent. So we will be doing that. I'm just going to save first. There's no real loss state in any of these random fights. I think the only ones that'll matter if you lose will presumably be plot fights. Want to check? No. No, there's no reason to check yet. We cycled through most of what we got in those draws, and it wasn't anything useful, particularly. Alright, kid. Fight me. Fight me. Don't you just love when somebody threatens to hospitalize you over a card game? Do I want to play first? Yeah, sure. If I remember right, this game doesn't have an advantage to going second, but we won't worry about it. Now, remember what I said about removing an opponent's mana is useful? That's because you actually have to sacrifice cards from your hand to generate your mana pool. So we actually have to give up a card out of our starting hand in order to generate mana. Right now, I'm going to go ahead and get rid of the volcanic arrows we have, so we generate one. Then I spend that one to play this. This way we actually have something out. And there's the shields I was talking about in front of each player. Now, this is the fight I did in testing. I believe he's a red-black setup, so he's going to have a lot of stuff similar to what I have, but he'll also have a lot of really annoying removal. Because if anybody's familiar with Magic, the archetypes are very similar between the two. Red has a lot of aggression and damage. Black has a lot of removal and shenanigans. Blue is a lot of control and absolute horseshit, which is why that's my second favorite. And light is about protecting itself and doing a few odd things, and then green is a lot of rushing because they charge mana faster, for the most part. Get rid of one Blasto to play the other Blasto, just so we can start piling up on the board before he starts his removal. Oh yeah, important thing, Summoning Sickness is a concept in this game, as you can see by the swirling over their heads. You can just attack things that are tapped, essentially, in this game. So, if I wanted to remove his only creature, I can do that, and I think I will, because he's already down a shield. Oh, no, you can't. Oh, right, no, certain things can attack it, and they can also choose to block with some things. For some reason, I was thinking you could just attack in general, but I think I was just used to having a lot of things that could attack tapped/blockers freely. Well, he's gonna do what I wanted to do anyway, but since they were inactive, they didn't fight back. Okay. We do have a lot more creatures than them, so Bullraiser works. I do kind of want to get one more mana to get a stronger creature out. But then again, you are only at 2,000. You have Power Attacker 4,000, though. So they won't be able to stop you. But they'll just kill you after you attack. So we're not gonna... Actually, no. We'll still generate the mana, but I'm actually gonna use that to generate. And then we'll play the other two. This is gonna put us down to top decking, but it'll be fine. Use the Crimson Hammer to kill off one of theirs. Let's take the stronger of the two. And there we go. The stronger one was the only one that could stop us. There we go. Now we just kill their board, and we're in a good position here. This is going very differently than the test fight did, even though my deck is essentially the same and his is essentially the same. We can't afford to play this, but I'm gonna bank it anyway for the moment. Now, let's just rip him up. He can't kill either of my units right now anyway, so it doesn't really matter. We can just get a real head start on shield breaking here. He did not draw, like, any of his removal, it seems, so he's just screwed here. Because I'm just going to pile out and win. But yeah, that's another concept this game has, is there are evolutions that happen. You can actually upgrade certain cards to just a better card. And he swept my board, actually, so this is upsetting. I was not anticipating the evolution there. That's my memory playing against me there. Yeah, you benefit from having darkness on the same side, and I don't have any. This is a bad situation to be in, because both of these benefit from things I do not have. And a 4,000 power creature isn't gonna stop them. So we're actually on the back foot here now. They've actually turned this around completely. I'm gonna take the risk and play the Chaotic Scar Terror anyway, but I'm betting they're just gonna remove it. Because they've been sitting on things for long enough that I feel like they've got a bunch of removal in their hand, they just weren't using it. Yep, there it is. Now is where the game turns against me. And that's a double breaker, so I'm gonna be in the exact same position they are immediately. And since their board is pretty strong, we just lose here, I think. Well, there's not really a point to playing Braid Claw here. Crimson Hammer caps out at what? 2,000. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. There's also not a point in playing both my creatures here, though. Okay, yeah, that's the thing, is they have to actively tap to be targetable. Cards like this can attack summoning sick targets. Alright, good night, ABC. You spelled it right the first time. I don't know why you said fun twice. don't know if there's a button that lets me look at his board. I don't think there is. I think we're just gonna have to remember what they had. I'm pretty confident I do have something I can hit with Crimson Hammer, though. Problem is, if I Crimson Hammer, then I won't be able to play both of these. Even if I get rid of Braid Claw. Which, if I get rid of Braid Claw, then can't... I'm actually going to do something that may look silly. We're getting rid of that so I can play all 3 cards I have in my hand. I'm hoping that the AI will get distracted trying to kill off everything I have, rather than killing me. This may not work, but it's the only remaining play we really have in this situation. And if he doesn't manage to get a kill here, we can probably punish him and win the game. I should not have overextended as hard as I did. Now he's got more removal. We're gonna just lose. That was the other reason why I added a weaker card out into the field, is so that I could potentially stall. Yeah, we just lose. So the funny thing there is I lost the test game as well, but in a much different way, because we just sat there in a stall-out fight of him just removing everything I played until I just stopped caring and let him win. Let's try that again. Apparently just heads always wins, but let's have him go first this time. So you guys get to see what the difference ends up being. I think this is another game where second player gets to attack immediately, which is actually useful to us, or would be if there was literally anything in my hand I'd be able to play. This is why you don't overload your deck with expensive cards, which I thought I didn't do, and I'm pretty sure I didn't, but we ended up getting a bad draw. And yeah, that's the second player thing. You'll notice we had more cards in our hand here, which even with more cards, still couldn't play anything. So we actually more or less wasted our advantage there. And we're actually gonna get kind of fucked here. A little bit. But we can at least keep from getting into too bad a position by just nuking one of his cards. Let's nuke the non-summoning sick one. This way he doesn't get an attack. At least I'm pretty sure he won't get an attack. No, he will. Either way, I think that was the better one to have removed. I don't remember what its effect is. We want to keep the Onslaughter. Even though we're going to lose mana to play it, it is a very strong pusher. Let's get rid of Blasto because we don't need him. And we'll go ahead and put our Curatops out. Because at least it's strong enough that they won't be able to just get rid of it unless they actively cast removal. Which they probably will. But with the way their deck seems to be set up, they will just go for removal. Or they went for an evolution. Okay. That's really bad for us right now, actually. Because they've got a very early lead now. And I have basically no defenses to speak of. Because we drew the worst end of things all at once here. Now, this adds 2,000. Yeah. So that would make Curatops 4,000. That's not enough to get rid of the problem. Nothing we have is strong enough that I'll be able to play, because our 5 cost wouldn't be active in time, and I can't play it anyway. We can't play Tornado Flame, which also wouldn't solve anything anyway. It would just destroy one of their creatures. I think we actually just straight up lose here because we just got, like, a massively inferior draw to them. Is like, we play out our hand, we throw away 1 mana, which puts us further on the back foot, but then you just look at this board and realize, oh yeah, my only play here is to kill this. But since they have a double breaker, I'm pretty sure the second hit of the double breaker kills us. So it says shields, but I'm pretty sure it does just hit face as well. So they just win. Oh no, it only counts for shield. Okay, we're actually not dead yet, but we're probably done for either way. And you'll notice the music sped up just a little bit. Like, hey, you're in danger, stupid. And unfortunately, I am once again in a bad position here. Throw away the Braid Claw. The good news is we can actually solve this situation. Because thanks to Burning Power, we can make him strong enough to kill their 6,000. And then we can get the other Keratops out. We're gonna lose another mana, which continues to keep us in a bad situation. Yeah, you attack that and kill it. Problem is, I have no blockers, so he's just gonna hit me with that and kill me anyway. Because I didn't have anything to get rid of both of them. Yep, and that's game over again. This deck isn't terrible, but apparently I'm just getting screw-jobbed here. Let's see if we can get literally a win here. Because if we can't beat this idiot, I don't know if we're going to be able to do anything with this. Okay, this is more playable at least. Otherwise known as I can actually use literally any of these cards turn 1. Because having a dead turn 1 was just horrendous for us. Since our whole shtick with this right now would be intended to charge forward and actually, you know, attack immediately. Okay, we're actually drawing on curve now instead of being just completely useless. We could hammer away his unit, which is probably not the worst decision, so let's just go ahead and do that. Pick 1 for free. And I'm going to assume they're gonna... No, they're actually just playing the 2000 that they had. I recognize the picture. Okay, that's actually fine. Because we can match that. We can actually kill that. I should get rid of one of these expensive cards for mana. I only have 1 Bull Shock. I think I have 2 Gatling Sky Terrors, so we'll get rid of the Gatling Sky Terror. But I'm actually not going to play Blasto. I just wanted to keep the mana curve going. We're actually going to use Burning Power here. Because this will allow me to kill off... Oh, right. I did the thing again where I think I can attack the tapped thing, but it's not actually tapped, so that whole plan didn't work. Should've just played Blasto, because they're stupid. I remember what I said about not remembering how to play this game? Yeah. Yeah. This is why I'm warming up on the first random fight you can do. There goes my only creature. Now he's got 3, and I don't have any. Snip Striker's useless here. And we wouldn't have enough mana even if I got rid of the Bull Shock, so we're gonna go ahead and get rid of that one, play Blasto, and cry because we are in a horrific situation again. Because they've got 3 to our 1, and they're probably just gonna kill off our only 1. Yep. Because they just happen to have everything they need. Like, don't get me wrong, I am short on spells, but I also didn't see very many red spells in that list we had to pick from. Which really sucks. This hand is so fucking useless in this situation. Because I have no blockers, so I can't just intimidate them away by just stalling. Braid Claw's just not helpful at this point. I would be better served by playing Triceps. My only play with Braid would be to Burning Power. I think just one wasted turn and we've just thrown this game. Here's what we're gonna do though. We're gonna Braid Claw, put Draglide out, because this doesn't kill our mana curve, but we probably just die here. Because they've got 3 creatures out, and we only have 3 health. That's why this game can be kind of fast at times, is if somebody just gets enough creatures out ahead of you. Yeah, and he's just gonna use removal to take out our only chance here. Red-black is very hard to deal with, unless you have a lot of stuff available to use. It has the rushdown of having just cheap red creatures to pile everywhere, but all the removal of black to just keep you from getting anything on your board. So clearly I need to make some changes. Clearly I fucked up. Because we shouldn't be having this much trouble. We don't need this many Crimson Hammers, because it keeps coming up when I don't need it. And I forgot that Crimson Hammer was only for 2,000 health, 2,000 attack. Which, speaking of health, that's a worthwhile thing to mention. This game doesn't have health like some other card games do, like I mentioned before. So any creature that gets hit is just dead. You don't get any second chances. You're red. You could actually be handy to have, because you can swing above your weight class. We straight up just didn't even see Kippo show up at all. What other red options do I have? Did get an explosive dude Joe, but he's 3 for 3,000, so that's not as good as some of the ones we already have. That wouldn't help. Like, there's a bunch of cards we just straight up didn't draw out of this entire deck. Yeah, Blasto is 3 for 2,000 though, so I'm better off swapping him out for Joe. Just because better return on investment there. Lightning Charger's not my color, unfortunately. You can tell by what creature type things are, more often than not what color they are as well. Like, ghosts are usually black, and all of these hacker types are usually blue. Same with liquid people. Those are usually blue as well. Energy Charger, are you the red one? You're the red one. This is gonna be good. I need chargers. Because chargers get you more mana. Because as you see there, after you cast the spell, put it in your mana zone instead of your grave, so you can boost a creature and get an additional point of mana from it. So, charger cards are huge. I didn't even realize I picked that up. Okay, so this is an anti-light card. This could actually be really helpful. And that's all we have. Okay. I mean, that's a little bit better. This might play slightly better. But that's depending on one card to show up, really, to change the situation. Can I buy any packs to try to do anything here? Okay, yeah, we have 303 credits, so we can actually try to do something here. I remember this set because I just remember the name being so stupid. Evo Crushinators of Doom is just such a generic name. Oh, you can see that all of these are silly. Stompatrons of Invincible Wrath. Looks like I can't buy multiple packs at once. Yeah, I recognize some of these cards. Not that they're gonna really help too much. Like, this one might help a little bit, but I don't know, it's a human evolution and it boosts humans. We don't really have a lot of those. So now the only red we got in there really isn't helpful. Let's just grab a handful of random packs here and see if we get anything we can use. Yeah, Dark Lords are that kind of figured. That's... Why would I want this? Oh, okay, it has 4,000 if it's all fire, which we do have nothing but fire. So technically that would be viable. And I do like that they mark cards that are new. Okay, yeah, so Demon Command would be red-black. Make that synergy work. Machine Eaters are red? Yeah. Oh, it doesn't get Summoning Sick. That's actually gonna be potentially one I want, then. You can also start to tell by the symbols what these effects are, like the double arrow is gonna be Speed Attacker, for example. You can attack untapped water creatures, but you can't attack players. Useful, but not what I need. You're blue. You're also blue. Yeah, that one's a fish. And a lot of the cyber stuff is also blue. Saur is red, but I don't think it'll be useful. I'm pretty sure... Yeah, it just has a no shield effect, which, at the rate we keep ending up with no shields left, maybe it's not the worst thing to have, but by the time you're in that position, you're probably not digging out with a move like that. Unless you have other things out already. It's weird, because I remember just, like, completely stomping with just a basic red setup in the previous GBA game. This one's just not working out nearly as well. This needs no other fire creatures in the battle zone. So, if I play it by itself, it would be good, because it would get 3,000 extra attack when it attacks and has Double Breaker, but again, that would be relying on being the only one on the board. And you don't really want to be relying on that situation being true. I may want to just sidestep out of being pure fire into something else. I was intending to do that later after we built up more cards, but it may be that I want to do it immediately. The only problem is, you only generate mana based on the color of the card spent to make mana. So if you draw, like, nothing but red cards, and then try to play a blue card, you can't. Because you won't have any blue mana. But you do only need one of the correct color in most cases. Like, there are some cases, I believe, that need two of their color. But usually it's just you need the starting expense to be the correct color. But if nothing else, to have better removal of some description, it may not be the worst idea to sidestep into black or sidestep into blue. His blue at least has some neat tricks up its sleeve. Oh yeah, this is one of the fun things blue does as well, is it can peek at shields. So you don't set off shield triggers. At least not till you're ready for them. Right, that's blue's other big thing is card draw. That's the other one, isn't it? And card draw on a shield trigger is really nice. See, I think we might try to adjust into red-blue. We'll just build a whole new one here. Just trying to cut down and then go back up is gonna be messy. So we'll try to go like half and half-ish here. So we obviously want Aqua Hulkus because it's just card draw immediately, and it's relatively cheap. I'm gonna have to sit here and read a bunch of these, so buckle up. Exciting reading action occurring here today. You're a 3000 for 2, and you're a blocker, so you'll be good to have. You're a blocker, but you only have power 1000, so fuck off. You just can't attack at all, so you'd be awkward if you were the only one I had left. So we're keeping that. We'll keep a Burning Power and a Crimson Hammer. I don't really want a lot of Crimson Hammers, particularly. We'll get rid of the Draglide, even though I like it, because it is just a plain card. It doesn't have anything that it does. Keep at least one Ukarn. Fire Super Hellion is power attacker, so... no, we don't need that. Keep the Gatling Sky Terrors. We'll keep one Triceps. Power attacker 4000. That's a little more tempting because that goes up to 6000, but he's very killable. Is his problem. Valdos. That's a human requiring one, right? That's the problem with that one. Logic Cube, that's light, okay. Aqua Shooter, I remember. Okay, yeah, it's just a blocker. Right, because a lot of my opponents in the previous game had Aqua Shooters, that's the thing. Whenever this attacks draw a card, it is a weakling, but card draw is so nice. That's gonna be half of what we have the blue in here for, I think, is gonna just be triggering a bunch of card draw. Because that's what was getting us killed for the most part, is we were stuck top decking, so we ended up at a disadvantage. Right, you were the one I was like, yeah, that'll be kind of useful, so we'll take that. We'll take a Kippo. Metal Wing is... yeah, he can destroy a blocker, so he's useful to have. We need to make sure to have that Charger card in as well. Return 2 of your mana zone to your hand, but return 2 of your opponent's mana zone to their hand as well. A 3000 for 8 that does that, though? Not the one for me right now. This isn't a terrible idea. Being able to pull something from your mana zone back. This is the same as the other one, just cheaper and does only one. Well, actually, no. Now that we're splitting this, let's not actually take Baby Zop. Because that won't actually work for us anymore. You're just a double breaker, but you are a 9000 for 7, so it's not terrible, just not really what I want. You can sacrifice a card to make him stronger. I don't think he's worth it, though. We'll take a Muramasa, because he can just kill off weak things. He is expensive for his power otherwise, but I think that'll be worth it. Uber Dragon. This is the 6000 power one. We do lose Mana Zone from it, but that'll still be useful.
Hello there.
Hey there, Callista, how's it going? Right, you're a shield trigger creature. Sure, we'll take Aqua Jolter then. I'm gonna have to go back up and pick out a few more cards, I think. Because we're a pretty long way through our list here. I'm pretty sure, and we only have 24 cards. We'll take a couple Blastos, even though they're not the best. Right, that's the one based on Demon Command, which we don't have, so I'm just gonna stop picking that up. Right, Mega Detonator's a good one to have. That was the throw stuff away to get rid of problems. Which we never drew when we needed it, but, you know, it could work someday. Someday it might save your life. This is the speed attacker that I wanted. With the Sky Terror we don't really need. We've more or less thrown the funny theme I was going for under the bus in favor of actually succeeding. That missile will be useful. It's just good removal. It wasn't Lightning Charger, it was Energy Charger that I'm looking for. You're actually an option now. Okay, you can kick cards back to their hand. No. If I'm gonna do that, I'll kill them rather than sending them back. Though you can be very annoying with all the bouncing in blue. That puts a Mana Zone back to hand. Don't really need that. Is this blue? No, that's black. Venom Charger is the black one? Yeah. There's Energy Charger, which we do need. I don't think we have the blue Charger, unfortunately. We have, like, every Charger other than the blue one. Well, actually, no, we don't have the green one either. I was expecting, since that was a freezing card, for this to actually be a blue card. You can't be stopped by water cards. You evolve on a Rock Beast. I don't think I have any Rock Beasts in this setup. We'll leave him off. Root of Eternity is green, even though that looks like it would be a red card. You're green too, aren't you? Yeah. I would love to have some things with stealth, but just not really meant to be. I could take Cratersar to try to do the evolution move here, but that's bad odds because it's only 2 cards in the whole deck. If our oh no, we do have the blue Charger, Riptide Charger. We just missed it completely. So get rid of an enemy and get mana. That's a good one. We'll take it. Aratino. Ooh, actually, that's not terrible. It's not great, but it's not terrible. That's useful, because again, card draw is king. An Aqua Fencer we looked at already. Yeah, this is just too expensive for what it does. Miracle Portal isn't in my colors, right? Yeah, that's light. I need 7 more cards. Now, technically, you can just have as many colors in your deck as you want, but you need to be able to maintain it and actually use it. I seem to recall having done a 5-color mess in one of the other games before. It's just not necessarily the greatest idea. Ooh, can't be attacked by fire or nature. That's... I don't like the power to cost ratio there, but that is at least a good trick. Yeah, you can't be blocked, which would be useful, but I don't think we need it right now. Let's put another Blasto in just for taking up space. I looked at this already, right? Yeah, it makes light and dark creatures better, but we don't have either of those. You're a light, right? All the Viziers are light? Yeah, they are. That's what I thought. A lot of these that are name and then thing is mostly light. Especially the ones with the actual commas. Mana Nexus was green? Yeah. It's a pity, this would be nice. Because this actually is a way to get shields. For some reason I was thinking Light did that, but I think both might do that. And we could take the Bulltail Dragon back, I guess. Problem is I need to avoid putting too much high cost in again, like we talked about before. Sundrop armor, is that? That's light. Yeah, there we go. From hand to shields. That's the trick I was thinking about, is just keep dumping hand into shields. Make yourself just annoying to try to kill. Like, if you really want to stall a fight out, light green is a absolute menace. Unless you can manage to burst them down before they can sit there and do that. Which can be problematic to manage at times. That's not bad, actually. It is a little specific, but it's not bad. We only need 3 more cards, but we're running out of cards to go back up towards. So we'll take another Triceps because it's cheap to play. Right, you're just power attacker. That was your problem. Like, 5s aren't bad, but I think what I'll do is I'll just throw in a couple more Raid Claws for now. Just to make sure we have some cheap cards to play. And we'll set that as the main deck, and we'll try for the 4th time to beat this opponent, and then we'll leave and actually go do something else. Because I'm just too stubborn, and I don't want to have our first encounter end on a loss. Okay, so we got our Stained Glass, Bulltail, Gatling Sky Terror. So the obvious play here is to make sure we at least get something on the board. So we'll get rid of the Bulltail. Oh, we also had our Thought Probe. Okay. I may want to get some blue in my hand sooner rather than later, too, then. Because you'll notice what he did. He grabbed 1 red, 1 black immediately. We can reach for Stained Glass pretty quick, though, and that's the fire creature removal, which he's gonna have fire creatures, so that does work against him. So it's probably worth keeping that. We have multiple Ukarns, so we'll go ahead and get rid of that. We aren't gonna be able to play anything this turn, unfortunately, because we didn't draw anything of the right amount. Because our mana curve is still scuffed. Because I have no good way of looking at that without sitting there and going back into that menu over and over again. I don't want to do that, nor do I want all y'all to have to sit through me doing that. I'd rather fumble around and lose than sit there and math things out too hard. And just keep hitting him. Oh, he got his Tornado Flame, huh? Well, that's a shame. Hi, Joe. You got to do so much, buddy. You showed up. Yep, there's the evolution trick again. Which he's so fond of doing. Hippo. His Thought Probe is... Yeah, it needs 3 or more enemies, though, so Thought Probe's not going to help at the moment. So actually what we're going to do is we're going to throw Thought Probe away so that we can play the Stained Glass. Because what we're going to do is if he doesn't kill the Stained Glass, we use that to knock his creature off the field. Back to his hand. Because it's going to be our best play for getting rid of that thing within our mana costs right now. We are going to take some shield damage for this, but it puts us on an even footing instead of a negative footing. Oh yeah, something I didn't note, by the way, is your shield cards get put in your hand. It's a method of a catch-up mechanic. In case you're on the back foot, you do actually get your shield cards. That's why you'll notice I suddenly have so many more cards in my hand. In case people didn't catch that before. We're on 4. We'll go up to 5. Get rid of this and play the other 2 then. Because if he goes to kill Kippo, we can use that against him. I'm not playing Kuratops because I want to be able to avoid that problem. So that gets pushed back to his hand. He'll still be able to kill probably the Stained Glass. Is every shield you have going to be a spell trigger for you, you son of a bitch? Lucky motherfucker over here. What I was going to say is he's probably going to kill the Stained Glass off as soon as he can, using the tap ability he has on that other guy, and he just resummons that anyway. Which I knew he was going to resummon it, but I keep forgetting it also doesn't get summoning sickness. Yeah, now he's going to use the tap ability to kill somebody else instead. Oh no, he just attacked. Okay. Then again, it makes sense for him to attack there because we are in such a dog shit situation again. I don't know why I'm having this much trouble. These decks aren't terrible, just he's obnoxious. This Crimson Hammer's only a 2k. Oh, I guess there was nothing for Crimson Hammer to hit. I guess I counted wrong. I thought he had a 2,000 or less on the field. But apparently I'm just completely talking out of my ass. Well, guess I'll die. Yeah, because you're the one that can attack untapped, which doesn't help here. Yeah, no, I think we're just fucked here. Or did I do a stupid and play the spell for mana? Which happens... Oh, right, he's 3,000, not 2,000. Oh, no, I know what happened. He buffs all humans by 1,000. That's why that was... That's why my math was wrong. He is a 2,000, he just got buffed to 3,000, so we got screwed. So we lose. We lose again. Because there's nothing I can do about this. We can put him to the same situation we're in, but he gets another shield trigger. Like, we just got unlucky that time, though. He got 2 very good shield triggers back to back that threw off our entire move. And we just never got back from that. Because he just has this double breaker that's such a nuisance to get rid of. Because we have nothing that's good at getting rid of him. I don't even know why... Well, then again, it's an AI. You know the AI is not designed to BM. Okay, fine, I'm leaving. I understand. You are just a talk. How about you? Can I fight you? Do you even exist? I can fight you. Maybe this will go better. Okay, and they chose to play first. Well, based on that background, gee, I wonder what they've got. Which means we're still gonna have a lot of annoying removal to deal with. Well, this is a great sign. This is just such a wonderful hand. You ever get the feeling you've just done everything wrong? Because we have a decent amount of 1s and 3s, but they just don't show up. Or if they do show up, it's while I'm on the back foot already and they don't help. There's our Tornado Flame, which means it's not in our shields, which means I'm sad. On the bright side, we could use Thought Probe if we get up to enough mana for it, but I feel like I'm gonna be dead before I get to use it because we have 2 dead turns in a row and she's already played 3 creatures that are just gonna beat the shit out of me. It's just, for some reason, I've drawn the worst end of the deck. Like, this is very akin to the mana flood, mana starvation you can have in Magic. Just look at this. Everything she has on the board is just 1000s. They're not attacking, though. And I think I know why, but we'll get to that in a second. Stained Glass is useless here because she's only playing Dark, so I won't be able to use that for removal at all. Go ahead and put Rickaboo out. Yeah, they're blockers. So she's keeping them back. And if they attack a player, they die. So they're holding them back because of that as well. So she's just set up a wall of blockers. Oh yeah, Slayer is a whole thing. Now the problem is I can't attack without losing my fast attacker here. I did not realize these were all blockers. I thought for some reason these were all can't attack unless there's something else on your board, or can't attack unless there's an, you know, can't attack player type deal. So I misjudged this situation entirely. But at least we have something on the board, which they'll probably kill. This is one of those scenarios, though, that Volcanic Arrows will be good for. Okay, now they're attacking me. No, they only attacked with 1. Okay. Now really wouldn't be a good time to Thought Probe, because we actually have a decent amount of cards. And we actually do have things we can play. I really made a bad decision, though, throwing my fast attacker out there. I just did not remember what those things did. You're the... Yeah, you're the lose a mana zone card one. And Joe is still stronger than their blockers, so Joe is what we want here. And we'll sacrifice you. I'm gonna try to attack that, but yeah, she's gonna block. I figured. But I wanted to get rid of the doll so she couldn't just hand Slayer around willy-nilly to be a problem. Okay, now the sacrifice play is happening. Oh, because they're going for the kill. They have enough to go for game. Because I think the thing they just summoned can attack too. Yep. One bad mistake. That one was entirely my fault. Instead of necessarily just the bad draw. I misjudged the situation. Nope, not playing first. I want the extra card because apparently this deck draws like ass. We've just been on a losing streak this entire day. Oh, this is embarrassing. Oh, there's the Volcanic Arrows that would have solved at least one of our problems. No, Volcanic Arrows wasn't the one. It was the wave that I wanted. Flood Valve also... No. Flood Valve's the one that puts a card back in my hand. We need to get rid of a red card here, though, which is a shame because of what red cards I'm holding. We'll get rid of the Volcanic Arrows. We'll go for a blue mana next turn. This way, at least, we're not fully on the back foot. Did they just draw nothing? Is it my turn for them to be fucked? Hey, look, there's the blocker I needed last game. Somehow I'm sure by breaking their shields, I'm gonna give them exactly what they need to ruin my whole day. Yep, nope, they got a 3 cost in their hand. And it's a blocker, of course it is. You're the card draw one, right? Yeah. What did you do again? Oh yeah, you're the look ahead. I don't really need you, so we'll get rid of you so I can play Aqua Hulkus and get the card draw from it. Accept the card draw. Now, he's currently well, he's currently summoning sick, but I'm pretty sure he can block while summoning sick. Can you attack? No, you can't attack. So we're gonna have to just wait. So I'm pretty sure... Oh, right, I can't skip attacking, huh? Yeah, because that blocks, you die. This is fine. We at least have a stable board for the moment. And I say for the moment because they can easily just pull some removal out of their ass. See, they didn't attack. Like, I forget if I just hit the wrong buttons or if there was actually a reason why I had to attack there. That could remove their blocker. Free. Marauder we kind of want. Curatops would be useful, but not particularly important here, so we'll get rid of him. Play the missile. Use that to nuke their blocker. Aqua Hulkus goes in. They didn't block. Interesting. I figured they would have sacrificed the blocker just to save the shield. But we've actually got a game here now, instead of one side or another just getting punched in the face over and over again. Ah, that's what their play was. They wanted to bait me into throwing that away. That's fine. Aqua Hulkus was just there for card draw anyway. Yeah, they wanted me to throw my blocker away so that they could hit my shields. I see what their scheme was there. If I put this into mana, then I can use the Riptide Charger to get it up to 6. Which isn't going to be as useful as it sounds, because we then won't have a 6-drop in hand. And I already threw away the thing that'll get me a mana card back. Alternatively, we get rid of Dogarn. Which probably is the play, because we're not keeping things on the board here, actually. So yeah, we'll get rid of Dogarn. Use Riptide Charger. And we will return their blocker. Especially since it's been buffed. Because they don't keep their buffs when they go back to hand. No, wait, no, that's just one that has an identical model to the other one, more or less. And is just stronger. Well, they had to spend more to bring it back, so it's fine. That's a 5,000 coming in, so we won't block that. We'll just take the hit. Because it keeps them from attacking with the other creature. There's Energy Charger as well now. Burning Power won't particularly help us here, so let's get rid of that. You have power based on fire creatures in grave, so you are really good to have right now. What does this do again? One of your creatures... Yeah, it's essentially burning power, but more expensive. Let's go ahead and get you on the board. She probably has removal to get rid of you, though. But it's my only real play here, because I need to get rid of that 5,000 attacker they have. Except they're just going to keep summoning more of them. Oh, never mind, those are 7,000s now. Well, isn't that just a shame? I have to take those hits on the chin, though, in order to keep them from getting that extra hit. Ooh, Thought Probe. Nice. Okay, we might actually be able to do something with that. Instead of getting one unshield card, we essentially got 4. One that played immediately, and then the other ones. Steel Turret Cluster did what again? Oh yeah, it's immune to fire and nature, which is useless here. So we'll go ahead and put that in the mana. We got Metal Wing, Bolt Tail. Mega Detonator, that's the one... Yeah, I discard cards to kill. Yeah, it's discard to get double breakers. There's gotta be a way to look at the board. Ah, there we go. L lets me view the battle zone. Okay. She has 3 shields. So if I... No, because the fish can't attack. Even if I did go for the double breaker play, we would not be able to do that. That wouldn't be enough for kill. So we're, I think, SOL here. No matter what I play, it's over. Still put Steel Turret Cluster and mana because it doesn't help anything here. We can Energy Charger up so we can at least kill one of their attackers. Which I think buys us time, but it doesn't solve anything. We don't even actually have to use Energy Charger to kill. I also don't remember if Energy Charger, if end of turn means end of my turn or if end of the whole turn. So since our dragon here gets a boost from everything that's, every fire that's dead, I'm actually not going to Energy Charge him, I don't think. Yeah, because it's while attacking specifically, so he has a deceptive attack value. We're instead going to buff that to see if I can scare them. It sounds stupid, but the AI might be dumb enough to fall for it. And we're gonna just try to push onto the field as best we can here to try to make something happen. Mega Detonator doesn't matter here. And if we kill one of these, then they get weakened as well. But they've got a 7,000 blocker, which I forgot. Yeah, no, I'm just making horrendous mistakes left and right here. And my entire scheme hinged on them getting weakened. And since they're just spamming creatures out, they don't really get weakened. No matter how I organize this, I think I lose. Yeah, because the blocker's now inactive, and they just hit me 3 times, and I lose. This was closer, at least. I don't understand what I'm doing wrong here. Like, I can tell you when I can tell you where some of my moves are going wrong, but I can't tell you the entire thing that's gone wrong here. Unless this one's just, like, way harder than the previous game was, which is entirely possible as well. And normal difficulty is listed as they will do everything in their power to kill you. So it may just be that I've punched above my weight class here, too. Based on my lack of memory of how to play this properly. Oh, hey, there's one of the things that would have helped a lot in all of the other fights. The thing that makes all of my stuff strong. Now that we know what their move that they're aiming for here is, we can actually try to make a play to keep them from having that happen. Though they're gonna be able to spam out, it looks like, because of what they happen to draw. So we are not in a good position here, but we can stall. Because we can put a blocker down that's strong enough. Yeah, you're gonna block, which kills that off, which is what I wanted. Now, will you draw removal is the better question. There's the doll thing again, which they didn't even use that. It just sat there and was concerning. There we go, yeah, they won't make a move with the setup we have. Here's our card draw machine, but we don't need that in our current situation. Burning Power doesn't really help here because we're actually stronger than them right now. We'll go ahead and play Triceps. I'm willing to bet that they're going to kill Triceps with Slayer. At least they're going to try to. Because that would be the smart play. Yeah, there's the tap ability coming into play. See, here's the thing though, video game. You think I'm gonna block that. I'm not going to. It lets you hit my shield, yes, but it means that you can't attack with anything else. I'm not that stupid. I'm kind of stupid today, apparently, but I'm not that stupid. Wouldn't get Aqua Hulkus out there because it's guaranteed immediate card draw. Now we need to start making some headway here. So let's start killing their creatures. I would like to start breaking shields, but I need to get that board down. She has too much shit out. So I should have killed the doll thinking about it, because they're just going to do the Slayer thing again. And I have to sacrifice my blocker to keep my strong unit alive. But at least that kills off their unit too. Problem is, I now need to pull another blocker or things are going to get ugly. And we didn't pull a blocker! Hooray! Things are going to get ugly then, huh? We want Curatops over Hyper Squid in this situation. I'm trying to hold these so I can actually get them on the board to do something. You are an evolution card. Oh. No. I keep hitting wrong buttons trying to do a variety of different things here. I forget. So I feel like evolution makes things cheaper, but I don't remember by how much. Then you are just a double breaker that I can attack untapped, which is good, but not gonna solve anything right now. And you're the one who can destroy blockers. You're the one I need. But for now, Cavalry General is the only thing we can play, so we'll play him. We need to attack with you first. See if they block. They did. Perfect. That's exactly what I wanted. Is now we can kill the doll. Okay, we've solved the problem. We can't block their attacks right now, but we've put them back on the back foot. This is more what I expected these fights to be, is a lot of back and forth like this. And actually, you know, plays happening instead of just getting curb stomped the whole time. Let's see. Yeah, you're the one who can attack untapped, so you're the one I need the least. So we'll go ahead and get rid of you to go up to 5 so I can play the other 2. Because it's our turn to start just spamming creatures out. What's your thing again? Right, you can attack untapped. Which I don't think she has any, yeah. Kill their only creature, and then go for the attack. Hey, what do you know? They had an expensive shield trigger in there, which is just going to kill my good unit. Kinda figured. It's almost like I know. It's almost like I know exactly what's going to happen before it happens, because it's the worst thing that could possibly happen. Now they're going to attack again. Kill that, which is fine. He explodes afterwards. This is why I threw the extra creatures on the board. And now we're in a bad spot, though, because we can't actually do anything. Because Thought Probe's useless right now. So I may as well use it for mana generation to get closer to getting my 7s out there. We do at least take 2 shields off of her here, so we're actually going to put us on a level playing field. Does leave both my creatures vulnerable, but that's fine. Neither of them are anything that I'm particularly attached to. They are still spamming out those fast attackers, though. Which is probably going to attack a creature. Really? I would have figured they would have killed the guy that would have removed my mana. but I don't think they know that I have this. I can't play Uber Dragon because of the fact that I need an evolution, but I can still get the Sky Terror out. Like, obviously, I don't know... Fair play-wise, they don't know what's in my hand, but I'm pretty sure the AI in these games do actually know what you have in your hand. And they may just have pocket removal just sitting there waiting to ruin my whole day. No, they're just spamming some creatures out in an attempt to save themselves. But I think we finally have a win here. Like, I could do the stupid thing and play the Uber Dragon and replace our Sky Terror with it, but there's no reason to do that because we can just swing for game here. We finally got a win. Now, the thing about winning is you actually get, like, a straight-up card pack every win. I didn't know that was going to be the case in this one, but it was the case in the previous game, so I just kind of assumed that that was how this was going to work. Oh, hooray, another Braid Claw. Is that really the only thing that's the right color for me? Is another Braid Claw? Oh, no, there is Spiral Gate. Oh, right, yeah, this is one of the spells I use the most. Is it just a nice, easy kick a card back to your opponent's hand card? It's essentially this game's equivalent of Boomerang from Magic. And I probably just gave any Magic players a whole moment by mentioning that name, because people really did not like getting boomeranged all the time. So let's go ahead and get Spiral Gate in immediately, because that is a very useful spell. I think, if anything, we're actually a little creature heavy, so I'm actually going to take a Braid Claw out for that Spiral Gate. Just going to find it. I probably missed it already. Yeah, I did. It's right there. Let's just go ahead and move on. So let's save. Saving would be a good idea. Because at the rate we're going, if I just keep refighting these people here, all I'm going to do is find new ways to lose. And we may as well go lose somewhere more important. Oh, we got mail. Okay, didn't seem very useful. So now we got more people to fight and lose, too. Okay, it seems like all of these generic fighters are going to have just the same lines. Which I think the other game had that same problem. Okay, he's a blue player. This might be bad. This might be infuriating. Well, there's one infuriating thing already. This hand is useless. Oh, he's green-blue. Oh, this is even worse. You want to see a fight where I don't get to play? That's gonna be this one. Yeah, this is the Blocker Destroyer, so I need to keep that one. We'll get rid of the Gatling Sky Terror, because we need to clean up some of this hand so we can actually get playable cards. The good news is he's only playing blockers right now, so he can't attack me and get a lead, but it's gonna take me so long to chew through those blockers. This is the 2000 one, yeah. This will kill one of the blockers. And I don't have... Well, I do have Rickaboo, but Rickaboo's useless here. I'd be better off keeping him in my hand. So we'll just fire a missile to keep them from building up too much of a defense. But this is why I'm saying this is a fight where I'm gonna get to do nothing, because they're gonna stack up a bunch of blockers before I even get a chance to put a card down to attack with. got a fucking tree. And there's Aqua Hulkus. That's not useless. Tornado Flame wouldn't be bad, but I feel like I don't want to save up for that because that does just throw a shield away. So I may have to. I could Thought Probe because they're gonna have a third creature soon. I think I actually just get rid of Rickaboo, thinking about it, because Rickaboo's just never gonna be able to attack because he'll have too many blockers out. So, maybe he doesn't have as many blockers as I think he does, though. Maybe I'm getting in my own head. I think I actually just don't mana any of these right now. Because we'll get an extra card from Aqua Hulkus, and we might be able to turn that into mana later. Okay, that's another playable card, so that's good. Because the thing I'm worried about is I might need Sky Terror later. He does only have one attacker, so we don't have a rush on our hands right now. Riptide Charger, Hunterfish. Getting our own Hunterfish on the board would stall for time quite nicely. Riptide Charger's nice to have. I think we actually do just go ahead and get rid of Thought Probe, then. His Riptide Charger will get us more mana. Yeah. I can't play two things, but I can at least play something that'll stall. Because they'll either have to throw away their tree to break through. There we go, yeah, let me skip that time. I don't know why it... Huh. Just did it at me when I tried to skip the attack phase last fight. Okay, yeah, they are going to throw their tree away. That's fine. Yeah, because they want to be able to attack with the other one. That makes sense. The Turret Cluster's useless here. Actually, no. It can't be attacked by nature creatures, so technically it's not useless, but it's not worth going for here, I don't think. We could Tornado Flame to kill off the attacker that they have, or a Riptide Charger. Which Riptide Charger would put it back in their hand and make it summoning sick again, at least. So yeah, let's do that just so we build up the mana if nothing else. Hunt you. I can't attack this turn because they still have their blocker, but that's okay. Aqua Hulkus isn't there really to attack, he was just there for a card draw. I would like for him to be able to attack, but one problem at a time. He'll be useful if we can ever get somebody out there that'll be able to break that blocker. Which we're one mana away from being able to just kill the blockers off. Braid Claw, you're not relevant at this point. Turn into mana. We actually can play the Sky Terror now, but do I play it now? That's the question. Sure. Smoke him if you got him. Just put him out there. Worst case, it'll get put back in my hand. Because they're not a removal heavy setup, so it should be okay. We are going to take some hits here. Really sucks that we've just been stalled out so hard by these blockers. And they're just getting more. This is what I anticipated their deck was going to be, looking at their setup. So I was right in expecting there to be blockers aplenty. Which leaves us in a bad position. And of course, none of our shield triggers are in there. Why would our shield triggers be where we need them to be? I have an idea. I don't know if it's a good idea, but I have an idea. Blasto just gets thrown away here. So we can play 8 mana. And I think what we do for our 8 mana is we're actually going to risk losing a shield here. Because we use that to remove their 3000 blocker. And then we actually do play Rickaboo at this point. Because they're not going to have their blockers in a minute here. So Rikaboo will be able to get through. Sky Terror goes forward. When it attacks, I get to kill a blocker. They'll block it with the other blocker, presumably. No, they didn't, so I get to do my double break, which is what I actually wanted to do. And then I attack with my 2K, which will get blocked, killing their only remaining blocker. And now Rikaboo can attack. So we've actually gained ground, which was the entire point of that play, was to level the playing field. And unless they put out multiple blockers, which it looks like they're going to do, they can't stop the Sky Terror just chewing their shields down. Oh no, they didn't actually have 2 blockers. I thought that was a blocker. I think I win then, actually. Because they kill that. Okay, no, we don't win yet. It's gonna be close. Flood Valve doesn't help here. I think actually, no, we lose, actually. Believe it or not. And if you're wondering why we lose, let me explain. Sky Terror attacks, breaks both their remaining shields. We have no follow-up. They have 3 creatures about to untap, 2 that were already on the board already. I have 2 health. We lose. That's just exactly the scenario here. Which sucks. Even if I kill one, we lose. I needed this card to be something useful. Actually, wait. Let me look at my mana zone. Riptide Charger would help a little bit, but not enough. Crimson Hammer would get rid of one of them? I wouldn't be able to tap him quick enough. I might be able to nonsense my way out of this. Just give me a second to think about this. So if I get rid of 2 of them... They still have 3. Can this attack? Okay, the blocker cannot attack. So I need to kill 3 in order to not die. Oh wait, no, the Trench Scarab can't attack players. Their plan with that is to kill my Sky Terror, but that's okay. They are gonna do some dirty tricks here, but... Okay, and I can't stop that at all. That's fine, though. Okay, so that plan will work. If I kick one of their cards back to their hand, and then kill another, we actually are okay. We are buying just 1 turn, though, so this is going to have to work. So cast that. Give me back Riptide Charger, which I used as part of the cost. So I would actually have I have 2 mana left over still. Well, I'll actually have 3. So kick that one off the field because it doesn't matter. Oh, no. No, what I'm doing doesn't matter. You'll understand why I say what I'm doing doesn't matter in a second. Oh, wait, no, we can destroy a blocker, actually, so we're okay. Because we target that, we kill the blocker. Because the thing I was about to say is they're just gonna block me with their blocker. But I forgot about my own ability. Okay. This is why you don't give up, because you might still have a move. Thing is, they kill my Sky Terror. Now they break me down to no shields left. So we are badly on the back foot here. And I think we still do lose. Actually, no, because I kill that. This Nah, that'll activate afterwards and we just die to it. Because we can't kill it. Can we? No, because I have nothing else that'll be able to attack. Oh, this was so close! We almost turned it around and then I got screw-jobbed. Because they just always have the answer to anything I'm playing. Like, the play here, if I do somehow survive, is to put out as much as I can. To try to overwhelm them if I get an attack. But I'm not gonna get an attack. Because the only move here is to kill that. But like I said, then that attacks me and I die. But I may as well do the only move I have. This at least was a good game compared to a lot of the other ones. Yep, there's the death. That was not over that quickly. Especially since we started off with not a great hand, so he actually got a play lead. I'm actually fairly happy in a weird way with how that round went. Just because we did at least get to recover enough to play some, instead of just getting destroyed. I think we actually give up our Onslaughter here. I want to be able to play on curve right now, and he would destroy my curve. Like, obviously the blockers are going to stop me from being able to use my 1,000-point attackers, but we'll be able to at least get some stuff on the board to potentially work with. Tornado Flame... The fact that Tornado Flame keeps ending up in my hand makes me so sad. I think we get rid of it here. We might be able to pull it back with Flood Valve later if we really, really need it. Down into the Braid Claw. Unfortunately, the other mana's not going to do anything. And we just... Oh, right. Braid Claw attacks every turn. That's the problem. So yeah, actually, these Braid Claws are worse than useless. They're just going to die to this blocker for no other reason than they have to attack. I knew I was forgetting something. That's why they're a 1-drop. And we didn't draw Burning Power to save them from themselves. Well, that's a shame. We're just going to be throwing another unit into the grave. The good news is that does boost our dragon that is powered by Dead Fire later. So, it's fine. We at least do have something that'll kill that on the board. Even if they'll die in the process. We're also not giving shields away at the moment because they can't attack us with what they have on the board. Okay, Rickaboo. I could sacrifice either Ukarn or Rickaboo to get Thought Probe down. Because they do have 3 creatures. Yeah, 3 or more. One more turn and we'll be able to cast Ukarn, so I'll throw Rickaboo away. Even though that would be a good sneak attack to have. The card draw will be more important to us. Yeah, that's a whole set of playable cards. Yep, you block that, both die. Now they only get 1 shield hit, and they don't have a blocker to keep me in stasis with. I'm starting to get my shit together now. And start making actual plays instead of paste-eating plays. Now I have a choice to make, though. Do I put down a 5? Like, Do I just accept the shield damage in order to use Riptide Charger, for example, to go up to 6 now and then get Metal Wing Sky Terror out next turn? Actually, Riptide Charger puts me up to 6, and then the turn after I would probably play 2 creatures instead of 1. If I did that. Of the 2... If I play one right now, it would probably be Kuratops because I could attack something, but Kuratops wouldn't work here. Riptide Charger at least bumps one of their attackers off for the turn as well. So I think actually we get rid of Walter, because Walter's not going to get to be used. And then we Riptide Charger away one of their creatures again. Specifically the one that would be able to attack, because the other ones can't attack players. And that's why I didn't just rush to play a creature, is because they have high power for getting rid of creatures on the board right now. So it's better to wait till I have something that'll survive fighting them, rather than rushing a creature to the board that would just die. And there's Spiral Gate. Okay, hang on. Concept. Yeah, I have to give up 2 of my mana to have Ukarn. Ukarn would be a 9,000, though, that they can't stop right now. Is the reason we don't play the Sky Terror right now is these get 4,000 attack when they attack a creature. So they would go up to 8,000, which Ukarn can beat. The Sky Terror can't beat 8,000. Alternatively, we just do some sacrifices. Now, I think this is the better play. We go up to 7, we Spiral Gate away one problem, and then we put Ukarn down. No, because Ukarn can't immediately attack, so there's no point in doing that. There's no point in getting rid of these either. Aside from making them burn magic, actually, yeah, make them burn mana. Debatably, it would have been a better play to hold the Spiral Gate to remove the blocker when I need to remove it, but it's fine. Now we go down to 5, which is still good enough to do quite a bit. Oh, I don't like the look of that. They're spending a lot of mana to put it down, too. That's a 7. No, that's a 6 cost. Okay, it's only got 3,000 attack on its own, though. Okay, let's have a look at that thing, because I don't know what its deal is. And for it to have cost that much and only have 3,000, it's got some kind of nasty trick. Okay, it goes back to your hand instead of dying, and it can't be blocked. Hate that. Okay, so our play here... Being able to attack untapped creatures would be very helpful here. Problem is, Gatling Sky Terror is just gonna get eaten. Same problem with Metal Wing Sky Terror right now. This thing is an issue. I attack with the Sky Terror to try to get rid of something on their board. Actually, no. The Sky Terror that can attack untapped is the choice right now, actually. Is we can attack them, and then they don't get the power attacker bonus. That works out perfectly. Let's get rid of Aqua Hulkus, then. That puts us up to 6, which we can't play Sky Terror yet. But we need both those Sky Terrors, because one will get rid of their blockers, and the other will allow me to solve problems. You're currently safe. You're just gonna block me, probably, but... No, they'll let the double attack through. Okay. Okay, now the creature spam comes out. That's what I was afraid of, but this is okay. Yeah, that can't be blocked, so that just goes in and hits me. His existence puts me on a timer. There's Mega Detonator, but Mega Detonator doesn't solve this situation. Bullshot Dragon is fine, but doesn't solve this problem either. I really do need that Sky Terror. And this is why we have the Sky Terrors, is for solving problems. Okay, you target that and see if they're willing to block for it. Yeah, of course they block for that. That's just a given. Thing is, I think now they just attack and we lose. I think they have enough to swing for game on the board here. Head it through. Oh, that has 8,000? Since when? Yeah, no, I fucked up somewhere. We almost turned that around, but they just had so many creatures in their hand to just spam out. Yeah, to hell with that guy. What's your deal, emo kid? Oh no, you're just a nerd. Never mind. You're gonna have light, aren't you? Oh no, you're a blue player again. My first guess was gonna be blue, but I'm like, no, the guy next to him has blue. Maybe this guy is something else. But then again, in the other place, there was 2 black players too, so I shouldn't be too shocked. Well, this hand is upsetting. Go ahead and give up Thought Probe. We're not gonna be able to play anything this turn anyway, so may as well just get the blue engine in play. Looks like both sides are kind of in an equal awful spot though, so this is fine. Let's go ahead and get Hunterfish down. This way he can't attack if that thing can attack. But I'm pretty sure it's another blocker that can't attack. Because most blockers, I seem to recall, don't have the ability to attack as well. No, go ahead and get rid of that. What did your thing do? Right, when you would die, you get me a card. That's fine, go ahead and get on the board then. Because you'll be able to get me through that blocker. Or by dying. Looks like he might be pure blue. Which means he's going to be more obnoxious than the other one, potentially. Probably need to keep the volcanic arrows on hand. We only have the one Uber Dragon, so I don't really want to throw it away. No, we're just gonna take the hit here as far as mana goes. And not give up things that are useful. Go ahead and attack. You get blocked, you both die, we get the card draw. Okay, another 7 cost. Wonderful. That's exactly what I didn't want right now. And he just has another Aqua Jolter. Kind of figured. Crimson Hammer would get rid of their blocker. I do really wish the music wouldn't keep switching every time I open that menu. That might be the most annoying thing about that. This is the attack untapped creatures one. I'm actually going to get rid of Spiral Gate because we have enough removal in hand already. This way we can start making some headway while we have our defense up. Hippo, huh? I think we might just give up on Uber Dragon Jabba. Thing is, he is a big play if he can get on the board. Is an extra 2,000 attack for all of my fire creatures is quite good. But it is only power attacker 2,000. We can get him back later. As long as I don't get rid of him out of my mana zone when Kippo goes off. Do I want a Volcanic Arrow now and kill something? The answer is yes, because that 6,000 blocker is going to get in the way if I don't. So we'll sacrifice a shield to kill that. This way we can keep getting damage in while they still can't and deal any back. They have so many blockers. They have nothing to get rid of this situation with, which is interesting. So I may as well just keep pressuring them while I can. I'm mildly confused by this situation. Should have sent Kippo first. I forgot that I didn't have anybody that was actually capped to boost him. That was my error. But at the same time, I also didn't want to lose mana, so maybe it's not the worst. Okay, he gets card draw. He does have stuff he can still play, which is not great for me. But is any of it going to be strong enough to break the blocker? The answer? No. So he's still stuck. The thing the AI has a bad habit of forgetting is that blockers, as far as I can remember at least, and I might be remembering wrong, can only block once. We may as well just play the Garataino, because I can try to manipulate my deck layout to try to make a play here, though. Yeah, we don't quite win yet. He goes down to no shields left this turn. If the fish could attack, he'd be down to dead, but he goes down to 1 health here. So he has to make a big play this turn or he loses. Literally, though, all he has to do is get my blocker out of the way. I'm in trouble. Okay, he kills one of mine. That's fine. That's all he did? Huh. Well, okay then. I'll just play more of them. Also, you just lose, bud. I don't know why he did that. I guess it was just a spite move? He might be our ticket to more packs, though, because he's been our weakest opponent. But he may have just gotten unlucky, too. He may have just drawn like I've been drawing. We also, speaking of drawing badly, kind of got fuck all here. Searing Wave's probably the best thing we got. Which we already have one. I don't really need 2 of them. I'm pretty sure the rest of this is not within our deck's line other than King Neptus, which is expensive. But it is bounce for low power creatures, so it's not bad. That could actually be really annoying to use against somebody. It's not terrible. Let's see if we can just beat him again, though. Once again, random NPC threatening to hospitalize me. I see we're in this situation again, huh? Probably gonna regret putting Bullshock away, but I don't want to immediately give up Burning Power this time. The fact that we don't have any creatures we can play for a while, though, based on what's in hand, is scary. Fuck's sake. You know what also doesn't help? Mega Detonator. Just throw that one away. probably should just take that out of the deck. We've yet to have a chance where it actually does anything. Because it's a big play once I have a handful of things on the board to attack with, but anytime it's come up, we haven't had a board to attack with. Okay, now is the time where we get rid of... probably Ukarn, even though I would like to be able to get Ukarn on the field. Is what we could do is next turn Rikaboo Burning Power. This, actually no, because if I put Triceps down, we lose 1 mana. But Triceps can break through their blockers, so Triceps is important. I also, for some reason, thought I was going to have 4 mana there, not 3. So it was going to be Rikaboo so we could attack immediately, Burning Power so we could actually break through a blocker. Aqua Jolter. We haven't even gotten you on the field at all. Right, you're the one that just pops out as a surprise. So you're not actually that helpful. Go ahead and just turn you into mana. We'll play Rikaboo, but we won't use Rikaboo immediately because he won't be able to get through. If he tries to break through, he'll just get killed. And he just lets that through. That makes sense. Oh, good. He gets something's trigger. And that's what I was expecting. Now he's actually gonna get to do stuff, and I'm gonna get screwjobbed. I can see this coming a mile away. What do you mean when your opponent gets to play cards, you lose the game? That never is how that works. So I threw that 1 mana card away for nothing, and he's gonna beat the hell out of me. Oh good, now I drew my 1 cost. Love that for me. We could get Triceps back out there. But I don't think that that's a good call. I think the play here is just get rid of Braid Claw, because he's not going to be able to get through blockers anytime soon. We play Explosive Dude Joe, and then we break through a blocker using Burning Power. Do you have any... No, you just had a summon effect, so you're not a problem anymore other than just giving him more attackers. Which I am going to threaten to attack one of his creatures. Yeah, because I figured that would force him to block. I would have rathered he didn't block in either scenario, but that was the expected result there. At the very least, it starts chewing through the blocker pile he has so he can actually make some plays. Except he now has his 6,000 blocker. Yeah, I think this attempt is over. I think this round is just a loss immediately here. Because we got a bad starting draw, and he got, as far as I can tell, his best draw possible. Let's see. We want our Ukarn back. Even though we're not going to be able to play him just yet. I think we lose. Yeah, I think we just got a really bad draw, and he got basically the ideal draw for him, combined with the shield ending up being real bad for us with this guy bouncing our only attacker. And I just can't attack because he's got a 6,000 blocker on the board, so he's just going to kill me. He must have just, like, 4 copies of, like, everything in his deck. So he, in reality, has, like, 10 cards, but he's got 4 copies of all 10 cards. Because of how consistent this deck looks like it's being. So, we're 1-1, which is better than usual. Also, I think... Oh, yeah. So there's special challenges you can do. So we can get Cliff of Crushed Giant if we beat whatever that game is. What the hell is Cardstorm? Sure. How does this work? Catch as many cards as you can with your Duel Masters box by making them fit in the top slot. If you play in medium or hard mode, be sure to match the color of the cards with the color of your box. Missing a card or grabbing a mismatching card in medium or hard mode takes away 1 point. Okay. Oh, this is floaty as fuck. The fact that they bounce is also horrendous. Why are they all dropping so far away? What the fuck, man? How am I supposed to try to catch those? This is kind of horrendous. Like, it may not look bad, but it actually controls kind of terribly. You see these hops I'm doing? That's me just tapping the button slightly. And he's getting launched across the field. There's no fucking way we're winning this unless we get, like, a really lucky drop. Like, it just... Yeah, like over there was. Just an array of cards landing in the same spot like that would be beautiful for us. But this is... The case being just, like, almost perfectly sized to only fit the card if you are dead center means that this minigame is a bitch. Just look at that. Even if I just go flat out towards these, there's just no way you're reaching some of these. They're designed to put you out of position so that you just get fucked by the rest of them that are coming down. This is just so bad. Like, I feel like if it gave you, like, an indicator of where the cards are gonna come down, this might be a little bit more fair. Because we're not even playing on like, medium or anything, I don't think. No, because we'd have to match the color. And they expect me to get 35 in this dog shit minigame. Yeah, no. Well, I don't need that card that badly. The hell with this. I should have checked what the other characters' challenges are. Let's see what the is. Oh, apparently you have to get a minigame. You don't just have the ability to do those. Okay. You're just a talk. How about you? You exist? You exist. What nonsense do you have? Beat you in a regular duel and you'll give me Vampire Sylvie. Create a temporary darkness deck and beat you to win Gagaron. And then beat you 2 out of 3 to get Zagan, Knight of Darkness. Well, none of those are useful to me at the moment. Let's see what you just have as a normal fight. Based on the fact you're giving away a bunch of dark, I'm going to assume that you have a dark deck. Okay, this is at least a playable hand. Really wish this game had mulligans so I could at least try to get more playable hands. I see. Well, this went from playable to not very rapidly. I was expecting him to play something and then I was going to Crimson Hammer it. Under the circumstances, I think we get rid of Muramasa. Then again, Muramasa just kills things for free, which is useful. Up my mana curve. I'm just gonna pray I get another 3 later. His Blasto is just not that impressive, so it's fine to not have him. Okay, he's blue-green again. Oh, no. That was blue... Oh, he's got 3! He's got a white, blue, green. Okay. this is an interesting setup to deal with. And I drew Spiral Gate, which I can't use, because I have nothing blue to give up. That's also not something I'd bother Spiral Gating, but I can Crimson Hammer it. We'll actually put Spiral Gate into our mana pool, which might be a mistake, but the only creature he has is about to die, so we don't really have to worry about using Spiral Gate at the moment. And we can try to Flood Velvet back if I need it. I genuinely thought that was a dark creature. Huh. I actually want to get another Braid Claw out in this situation. Oh yeah, that is green, huh? I just, for some reason, did not realize that was green. Huh. Don't know why I didn't realize that was green. Oh, and you get a shield trigger. Good for you. How long has it been since we've gotten a shield trigger in our favor? Like 6 matches? Because I swear, like, my entire shield pool keeps being creatures. Which, don't get me wrong, my deck is creature heavy. I still feel like I'm getting screwed there. Okay, and now he's got a 9,000 creature. Really wishing I had Spiral Gate right about now, in fact. And because I skipped a turn as far as mana goes, we're now in a very awkward position. This would be unattackable by nature creatures, but I don't think a 3,000 hacker is gonna matter here that much, because he'll have water and light creatures as well, so that protection doesn't matter. We may as well just keep taking advantage of our shield lead, which we're not gonna have for long. And now he's up to 6, which means he's gonna keep playing more things than I can. Oh, and he's gonna give himself a shield because he's a bastard. Stupid green deck and its fucking free shield present. Oh, great. Great. I love that for me. Actually, this is fine. Go ahead and throw that away. Problem is, we're gonna knock our mana for 6 here, but we at least have something that can fight his horrible monster. Just get rid of the vanilla attackers I have in there. I'm not gonna be fishing for those anyway. Like, I would try to go for deeper strategies with my decks here, but we just do not have the cards for deeper strategies, particularly. Well, I know exactly what I'm doing when I attack, because he's got something I can kill without dying. Problem is, he's got he's got a double breaker there, so we're just fucked. Hey, remember when I said my shields keep being very creature heavy? Look at all these creatures I suddenly have that I won't be able to use. Yeah, funny that. Like, we could Aqua Hulkus to try to draw something, but literally the only thing we'd draw that would matter, we wouldn't be able to afford. But at least it gets something on the board. Yeah, the play here is we kill that, is we survive killing it. But then he'll double break, which doesn't kill me, but leaves me with 0. And he's gonna just keep getting shields back, because he's a dick. He's also got a massive mana advantage on us now. But I have to sacrifice my only advantage to kill his creature before it kills me. Oh, it was Mega Detonator we drew. That doesn't help. Go away. Now we're back up to 5. So we may as well play Walter then. Keep the card draw train rolling. But now we have to sacrifice Ukarn to kill that to keep us from just dying. If he gets any fast attackers, we just lose. Unless I get a blocker up. I don't know what that card did, because it didn't seem to visibly do anything. Of the two, I'd rather have the Bull Shock Dragon, but we can get rid of Set Up Ballista to achieve that. Because at least this puts something powerful on our board in case he summons something scary. We might actually have turned this one around. What's Holy Awe do? Oh, well, that's fine. That means I get one less attack, but unless he gets rid of something on my board, he loses. So I think we actually turned this one around somehow. I don't think we've ever gotten to play Bolt Tail Dragons. You know what, just for sake of seeing the sprite for it, we'll play that one. Because this fight's over. Yay, free card. Punk. What did Brain Serum do? Oh, it's card draw. Okay, that's fine. I was very concerned for a moment there that I was just gonna get screwed. No, we actually won that. That's another free pack for us. Another Gatling Sky Terror, which we're not even using all of. Another Revolver Fish isn't bad. Because that's our decent blocker, which we've yet to actually play. Stone Sar is one we didn't have. Yeah, you need Armoroids. Virtual Tripwire, that's blue, isn't it? Yeah, it's just a tap creature move, though, so it's not exciting. But the only thing we'd really use here, I think, is the Revolver Fish we got. I'm not even sure I would go out of my way to put that in right now. Oh, there is more here. Oh, there's a lot more here, actually. What? Hang on, what the hell's going on over here? Some kind of freak in the corner here. Apparently, the cards are real. Okay, so there's a whole other dimension as well. Okay. Not sure why you're helping, but you know what? That's great, I guess? I wanted to see if I could duel the creature because it'd be very funny. It's like, you know, it's great and all that he's in danger, but how about a card game? Nope, you play first. I'm gonna need all the cards I can get. Clearly you have light, but what else do you have? Or are you just a pure light? Well, we'll find out. Throw away a Braid Claw to play a Braid Claw. But we won't be able to get through their blocker unless I get something stronger out. He's got a 10,500 card just chilling in there, huh? Thankfully, he threw that into his mana zone, but he might be able to pull that at some point. Flood Valve won't help here. Tornado Flame is going to take too long to get out, so we'll still play Kippo because he'll be able to get the blocker down. We're just going to lose Braid Claw here because he's going to have to attack. This guy's got just an army of 2,000 blockers just chilling. I think under the circumstances, we put Ukarn away, because we can Flood Valve him back later. And then we play Triceps. And we use the braid we have in there to pay for it. This way we have something that can kill this mob of shit show blockers he's got going on here. Problem is, I'm gonna lose another mana. But so does he. And of course he just has another one-cost fucking blocker. How many of these things? Well, he can't have too many more of them because there's just that hard number limit there. Let's go ahead and get rid of Blasto. I need to get a blue card I'm willing to get rid of, though, to show up. Oh, no, he's just letting that through. I mean, that's fine by me. The thing with that is, though, if he does keep letting those through, if he ever gets his block up, I'm in trouble. Get rid of Hyper Squid so I can get my own blocker into play. Because that'll mean that even if they do start doing something silly, I don't have to worry about it now. Unless he pulls something big, which he is building up the mana to do something pretty big. So we did knock both sides down in a step in terms of mana. I don't really have any interest in sacrificing a shield right now. Do I want to pull... Actually, yeah, because depending on what my other card is... Cast that, pull Ukarn back to hand now. Because if we don't get something that'll be better than Ukarn, I can just spend that one to get the mana to play the second Ukarn. Okay, they've got a decent attacker on their board now. Dogarn... I don't like... Oh, actually, no. I'm better off skipping here and playing Dogarn, because I thought I had 4 mana going to 5, but I actually had 3 going to 4. He can have his attacker, because he'll be slowed down by my blocker for a turn anyway. He had 2 of those 10,500 guys? The fact that they only cost 5 is absurd. Oh, speaking of, there he is. There's the boy. We'll block that instead for the moment, because we need to be able to keep something here. And we're fucked. We are completely fucked. Because now card draw has shot me in the ass. We need to do that there. The problem is, this thing's also a blocker. Oh, and it can keep blocking. But it can't attack players, thankfully, so... We need to not attack here. We need to actually just sit on our hands for a moment. Because otherwise, Ukarn gets killed. And we kind of need that threat to be on the table at the moment. Thing is, he's going to start dropping all of his big stuff on the board now. Which is going to give us nothing but trouble. What does that thing do? Whenever another creature's put into the battle zone, you may draw a card. Yikes! He's just gonna have all the cards in the fucking world then. And Aqua Jolter's not that big a thing. I could put another Ukarn down, but he's not gonna be strong enough. Unironically, I actually need my Burning Power card to show up. Because if I get Burning Power down, I can kill their big guy, but they'll just block with one of the other ones. So I'm screwed on that idea either way. I think getting the other Ukarn down is still my best choice, though. Oh yeah, that's right. The other one wasn't Ukarn, it was the other one. Yeah, it was Onslaughter that I have down right now. Yeah, so Burning Power wouldn't have worked. I need Ukarn to stay alive long enough to use Burning Power with him. And that thing can multi-block, so it won't matter if I attack with anybody right now. I need to get rid of that thing. Actually, the ideal play right now would be to get Spiral Gate into hand. Because if I Spiral Gate their 10,000 away, I can kill their blockers off, and then they can't play the evolution again. Oh good, they just tapped my whole board, so now they can kill Ukarn. Thanks! Thanks, I love that for me. That's just fantastic news. At least they can't just massacre everything I own. But it's not great. Thanks, Blasto. I'm so glad you're the one who chose to show up now. Get the fuck out of here. Play Aqua Hulkus to try to get out of top deck hell. Of course, he gets a card too. We got Bullshock Dragon, which could work. Because I think we have more than 4 dead fire creatures, so that might actually be able to kill that. He'll just block no matter what I attack, though. So we're just SOL if we attack with Triceps. We just have to hope that he doesn't have another tap everything move in his pocket. Which he probably does, because that's what Light does, is piss me off. And since he's got that infinite card draw engine from the other thing he's got on the board, we just can't stop him from doing exactly what he's doing right now, which is just spam a ton of shit out. That will actually get rid of his draw engine. So that's not a bad thing to have drawn, except I can't play it yet. I need to get rid of my Gatling Sky Terror if I want to even have a chance of making those work. Though Gatling Sky Terror would also work, but the guaranteed kill of Murmas is the better choice of the two. There's no point attacking with either of the... Him having just the giant blocker of doom is just infuriating, because there's just nothing I can do about it. Like, Murmas is straight up my only play here just because it doesn't get blocked. So it'll at least kill his card draw engine off. Till I can hopefully do something more. Is it either that or I throw Bullshock on the table and hope for the best? Ooh! Thing is, I think he can just replay this because he has another Thunder thing on the table, but I have a turn where it's not there. There's the Burning Power we needed so long ago, but it's not relevant anymore, I don't think. So now we get Bullshock out. Which gets us... Now it gets him a card. Thing is, we can now attack... So we can actually start clearing some of his blockers. He is going to stop both these attacks, but at least most of his blockers are dead. In fact, I think those were both his Thunder things that he can use to summon the annoyance he had. Problem is, it is only a 5 cost, so he probably can just play something and then upgrade it. If he has something to upgrade it into. Oh, he's going to play even more card draw. Why didn't you play that first? Is we saw that it wasn't the last card in his hand, so he didn't just draw that. Also, I think I'm dead. Yep. I finally got the thing I needed, but it was too late. Welcome to why I hate fighting light decks, because they are just so fucking hard to hit. Okay, he chose to play first. Interesting. But hopefully I won't spend this entire match on the back foot, so we might actually be able to do something here. Put a Blasto. Is there even a point to playing Braid Claw? Because he did just play a defender, right? Yeah. So Braid Claw just dies. I'm actually gonna just hold that then. That's one he didn't play last time. Mega Detonator doesn't help anything. Get rid of it. Still can't do anything that'll have any meaning, so we may as well just sit on our hands. He's gonna have so many blockers by the time I get anything on the board. We're gonna be just walking through mud to get anything done. Oh, there's Thought Probe, which actually works because he conveniently has enough creatures for it, so that's actually a rare time where that worked out favorably. Keep forgetting what Setable... Right, Setabolus is the one that gives me a card when it dies, so we'll get rid of Aqua Jolter to play Setabolus then. Because that can at least fight his blockers. It'll either die and give me a card, or it'll kill one of the 1,000 blockers. Either one's fine. He literally drew his entire low cost, huh? He just vomiting all over the table here. Just cards everywhere. Let's get rid of one of the Braid Claws because they're not helpful here at the moment. Actually, we can get our own blocker down and stall out everything they're doing. That's exactly what we need right now. I would love to be able to play something else too, but... well, I could play Braid Claw and he would just die. Because they have more than one 2,000 point blocker out there. Yeah, that's what I figured would happen. Now I get the free card, which is a 7 cost. Thanks, game. I was really hoping it was going to be another 2. Then I would have been able to do something, but then again, the phase was wrong for it anyway, so it wouldn't have mattered. Energy Charger is good to have. We'll actually get rid of Braid Claw here. We're on 5 right now, so if I Energy Charger, I'll be able to play another card. I won't be able to really take advantage of Energy Charger's boost, particularly, but I did that for the mana. Now, oh right, I don't have any blue mana still, so I can't put Aqua Holkus down to get a card. Well, then Onslaught or Triceps it is. And we just toss one of the Braid Claws away.
Hello there.
Hey, Aria. How you doing? You're just in time for me to be just getting destroyed in a card game because I've forgotten how to play it. Understandable. I'm alright. Aside from the fact that I just keep losing here, but... I did choose the highest available difficulty, so that's not really a shock that I'm getting my ass kicked. Hopefully work's going reasonably well. Yeah, you know. Gotta look good while you're losing. Let's see what this guy's got. I might actually be able to get a win here. Do not want to play first. Gee, what a good hand for doing nothing. Why does this keep happening to me? I did not make this deck that bad. And yet somehow this keeps happening, so I must have made a mistake somewhere. Like, the RNG in this game can't be so bad that that is a constant. Okay, he traded one shield. So he must have had a card in his hand that he really didn't want. Blasto's useless. Go ahead and get rid of Blasto. We're gonna be spending like 3 turns sitting here doing nothing is the problem, so he's gonna have all the time in the world to build up. The good news is he's only putting down 1,000 attack creatures, so we can probably make something work if I can just get anything on the board. Which we can put Dogarn down now. It's either that or we Energy Charger to try to get a mana edge. But I think getting Dogarn down is more important because I can start clearing his board off. That is, of course, if he doesn't just remove him, since he is the removal king with blue-black. Like, he has plenty of things that'll either bounce me or kill me. And we do have an unfortunate time limit, but we did just get a free creature from them, so actually, we might be okay here. Because I can now clear both the things that attacked this turn off. And I can actually clear his board. Goodbye, Blasto. Is we Crimson Hammer, which blows up the thing that's not attacked, and then I can kill the other 2. There we go. We have board control now. We had to take some hits to get board control, but we have board control for the moment. This one's not over yet. Okay, you just put that on top of my deck, which is annoying, but it's okay. We don't need 2 Gatling Sky Terrors, so we'll just put one of them in the mana zone. We can pull it back if we need it. We're on 5 right now, so I can Energy Charger and then still put Dogarn back. So we'll Energy Charger first. He doesn't need the 2,000 attack, but yet again, it's more a matter of getting the energy than the charge. Now you attack to break one of his shields, finally. Which does give him a card, and he is in a decent position right now, so we may have just shot ourselves in the foot here. He's playing a 6 cost, so we are going to be in a bad position here in a second. Okay, he replaced his creature, though, and he's taking the time to kill mine. We might actually not be too bad off, then. We can go up to 7... Wait, yeah, the creature he just played's a blocker. You fucked up. You done fucked up, buddy. Next turn, his creature's gone, but I can't do anything this turn. So he's gonna get an attack off. Okay, he's playing the thing that he had out that he just changed into the other thing. So isn't that the one that puts the thing on top of my deck? Fuck. Remember when I said he was king of removal? Yeah, about that. Well, we lose. We went from we could suddenly turn this around to we've just lost because there's nothing I can do. Because I play this again and then he just kills me before I can attack with it. This is why blue is annoying. The good news is his 5,000 attack guy there is tapped, but all we're gonna do is give him a card by attacking him, which he gets to play. I'm so glad his whole thing worked out so much better than mine. Still, we at least had the play to fix it. He just had the counterplay literally just chilling in his hand is the only problem. And now he's got 2 of those. Wait, no, I think he might have made a mistake, actually. Okay, no, it does attack after evolving, right? Never mind. I couldn't remember whether it would get summoning sick over again after evolving. I thought he fucked up. Yeah, I'm not dealing with him again. He's annoying. You just want to talk. You, random person, fight me. My goal is to either fight everyone in here or lose to everyone in here, whichever happens first. And I'll give you a hint, it's probably going to be lose to everyone in here. Or at the rate today's going. I Blasto, because everything else in my hand is better. He's getting a creature down. Now, a wiser man would have done a fundamental rework of how his deck is built by now. But it's just so slow to do the deck building in this that I'm just like, nah, I'll just muddle forward, it'll be fine. The funniest part is, I mostly decided to do one of the games of this, is I didn't want to have to go either find people that remembered this card game enough to be willing to play it like on Tabletop Sim or such, or try to find like a sim of this that existed, because, well, one would need people that I know, and the second one would probably involve me getting my ass kicked, and here we are getting my ass kicked anyway. Same reason I've not really been doing, like, random games of the fan sim for the Digimon card game, even though I enjoy that game. It would literally just be me spending the entire stream getting my ass kicked. Because the people who play that obviously take the game way more seriously than I would be. Hang on. Did I want to do that? Like, obviously Burning Power can go. That'll be okay. Right, I have no creatures on the board, so Energy Charger's probably not the play this turn. I'm better off firing a missile to get rid of one of his creatures so we don't just lose 2 shields right now. What do you do? Gains power for water and darkness creatures your opponent has. You... Okay, you just get a free mana from playing that, so killing that doesn't do anything, we'll just kill the one that would get more dangerous. That just makes more sense. It's like, the only thing I could do to fix this deck at this point as well, just to circle back to that, is I would have to change colors completely. Because we don't really have anything better for red and blue right now. Like, we have some decent stuff, but nothing that I would think would be a big enough change to fix this. We have Flood Valve, so go ahead and put that away for now. And I just don't really have a good play in my hand here. Like, my best play is to play Triceps. Just so I have something scary on the board to try to threaten them with. And we can use Energy Charger to get back on curve. Just means we are way behind them in mana, which is not a surprise. They're green. They're gonna be ahead of us in mana the whole game. Even if they have the right cards for it. Mega Detonator's useless. Yeah, I think it is still a better play to use Energy Charger here. You don't need the attack boost, but you're gonna get it. Kill him. This way, at least he doesn't keep sitting there breaking more and more of my shields. Yikes! Really wishing I'd kept either Burning Power or Energy Charger right about now. Okay, this is fine, though. We're gonna go up to 6, which allows me to put down Bullshock Dragon, but I don't think we do that right now, actually. I think we actually get a blocker up for the moment. Let me look at his board again. Actually, no. We sacrifice Triceps to get rid of that, and we play Bullshock Dragon. Because we can get the blocker up next turn, because he doesn't have anything else that'll be able to attack. This way we start cultivating board advantage. Okay, he's gonna take a mana away for a shield. That's all he did, though, so he's leaving himself very open, which is interesting. He might be banking on getting a good shield. What to happen? Do I go Sky Terror right now? No, I think we get it just more board control. Oh, I spent my blue mana like an idiot, didn't I? That's fine. He didn't do anything with that shield trigger. I don't know what that was. But maybe it was something that didn't do anything in the moment. He's just throwing some cards on the table. Get his 5,000 attacker back, which hits me, but I kill it with Bullshock Dragon, so that's fine. I need to get my blocker down, like, now, though. Because I screwed up the last turn. We don't... Metal Wing Sky Terror is more important to have than Gatling Sky Terror. Besides, we had 2 Gatling Sky Terrors anyway. Now we're at 8, so I can play Muramasa and Hunterfish. Let me just play Hunterfish first, so I don't go through my mana quickly and end up blowing my only blue mana. This way we have a blocker in case he throws a fast attacker onto the board at me. We're still in this. We're just in a really awkward spot right now because we have no recovery options. So if he has a blowout where he takes my board out, Odin gets an attack and we lose. What's that thing's activated ability? Oh, its activated abilities... Game, I told you to cycle to Flood Valve. Don't fuck with me. So I want to get my Gatling Sky Terror down so that it can kill anything he plays. He's from here forward. That way we can maintain board superiority. Thing is, I can't kill whatever this is right now. What does it do? Okay, it just gets power for all shields you have. Okay, that's fine. That's not a threat. I wasn't sure if it was gonna have, like, some kind of funny trick up its sleeve. Oh, there's Holy Awe. That's a shame. So now I can't continue attacking. Wait. Oh, no. No, we lose, actually, I think. Because we don't untap, so I think he's gonna be able to attack me freely now because of Holy Awe. He literally just happened to have the right shield to screw me. Oh, I hate it here. He literally just won by pure luck there. We had that situation so well in hand, and then he just lucks out. So I think we can actually win this one. Okay, good. He chose to play first like I was going to make him do anyway. This is arguably a better hand than the last one was, so this is kind of fine. Based on what I'm holding right now, I'm actually going to get rid of Kuratops. This way we can put down Braid twice in the hopes of getting a lead on shield damage. Okay, one of his Holy Awes is gone. But I have to assume that he's got a lot of Holy Aws. It would just make sense to have a full playset of Holy Awe. Because being able to tap your entire opponent's board is too good to not have. Well, that's a shame that he's just got a 5,000 attack creature already. And I can't play Tornado Flame yet because it costs too much. Tornado Flame wouldn't kill it anyway. It's only 4,000, not 5,000. So what we do here then is we actually get rid of Tornado Flame. We get Rickaboo out there so we can try to get just a damage lead. Because he's probably going to spend his time killing my creatures anyway. What's Fairy Life do again? Oh, that's fine. Would be a great time to trigger a Holy Awe when we're ending our attack phase, honestly. So I was really hoping to hit that. But he's got 2 of them in his mana pool, so half his Holy Aws, if he has a full set of them, are gone. Yeah, you're gonna attack, kill that, that's fine. You're wasting your time attacking my creatures right now. You're playing into my hands. Thought Probe would be nice to use, but I have no blue mana, so I'm actually gonna go ahead and just turn it into my only blue mana. Fire a Missile. What's this do? Spells cost less? Absolutely not. Fucking die. Break another of his shields. He only has 1 shield left. Cannon Shell? Oh, that's the... Yeah, that's the thing that killed us. So now he's got 3 on the board, which is bad for us. And the problem is he's got cards left in his hand. I have 1 7 cost card left in my hand and nothing else. I've had to throw a lot out to try to keep control here. But he's got a pair of power creatures now. We're going up to 5 mana. So I think I'm up the creek without a paddle because we've just kind of petered out now. Which is such a shame. He just got a really good start, and our start was a little weak. Yeah, because he can hit me with a cannon and his other 2 guys. So we go down to 0 shields this turn, and I have nothing that'll be able to clear that board in 1 turn. Is everything I have has to get a chance to attack, and none of those shields did anything. Literally all of my shields were creatures again. This fucking game, man. I tell you. This game just doesn't want me to have hope. I could try to Aqua Hulkus and fish for a spell. Because we're on 6 mana, so it's not like I can play anything powerful out of what I have in my hand here. Best I can do is Triceps, which could technically fight one of their creatures, but wouldn't be able to stop it from killing me. This is literally the only play I have, is to Hail Mary a card draw and hope for the best. And I got garbage, so we're fucked. I may as well just skip and just let this end. Just speed this up. There we go, we lose again. He just got such a better start that there was nothing I could have done against that with any of the cards I was drawing. This isn't terrible. Throw away Mega Detonator, even though that'd be the only thing I'd be able to play on turn 2. There's nothing I'd be able to play it on turn 2. Maybe I do need to just rework this into like a tricolor deck just to have more options. But at that point, I would still actually not have options. This is the most frustrating part. The intent is I'll Flood Valve Vukarn back later. In case people are like, why did he get rid of his strongest thing that he'll actually be able to play reasonably early instead of getting rid of the Sky Terror? Well, it doesn't really matter that much between the two of them. When I need them, I can Flood Valve them back anyway. Well, at least we can face them in a fair fight there. You do bounce nature, so Stained Glass is actually useful here. But I would need to give up a blue card to be able to play it, and I don't have a blue card I'm willing to give up. So let's give up Braid, and we'll play the Blasto. Because Blasto can at least start killing off his units as they attack. It's not going to be great, but it'll be better than nothing. Except he evolved again, because he just happens to have that every time. Well, at least we got something out of our shields. Please give me a Spiral Gate out of my shields, or a Spiral Gate in my hand. No, we get our blocker when our blocker's not gonna matter. Fuck it, at this point, go ahead and get rid of Flood Valve. We need that Stained Glass on the field to bounce that awful nightmare off the board. Why does this have... Right, because it gets stronger for every water. Wait, that still doesn't... Oh, while it's tapped, it makes all... So I can't kill any of his stuff. Great, great. Well, we may as well turn this into a race then, because at least they don't have blockers either, so... That's the only play I've got at the moment. There's the cannon again. A lot of this is going to hinge on my next turn. Oh good, now he's got two of them. Which means he's going to kill both my creatures, probably. Yep, that's fine. That's expected. Well, we don't need two Gatling Sky Terrors in this situation. That puts us only up to 5 mana, though. We are just, like, behind the 8 ball constantly here. One of those back to his hand. But now our Stained Glass probably... Actually, no, because he can't guarantee... Well, no, he can guarantee the kill on the Stained Glass, because he has 2 creatures to attack with. He attacks with one, I block it. He attacks with the other when the Stained Glass dies. So it doesn't fucking matter. These 5,000 power of evolution creatures he has are just so fucking strong. Yeah, because he can just spam out cheap creatures to keep putting them in a powerful position with. So he can just keep rebuilding them anytime I get rid of them. I need just kill cards for them, but I don't have any strong enough kill cards. Like, the best I can do is play Bullshock Dragon, but by this point, playing Bullshock Dragon just means we lose. Because he'll have 4 creatures to attack with. But the problem is, no matter what I do at this point, I lose. I have nothing that I could play that beats this. He really seemed like somebody I could actually defeat the first time, and now his deck just seems to be popping off every time. So I guess he just, like, had the worst draw the first time, or something. So, never mind. That one just ain't happening. Oh, we got a whole new slew of people to lose to up here. It feels familiar knowing I'm going to lose, if I'm honest. Okay, so she's got blue as well, which kind of fits the fact that she was wearing mostly blue and has blue hair. Kind of gave herself away there a bit. Wow, this hand is horrific. Maybe Maybe I should rework this deck despite the fact that the deck building is slow moving in this game. Oh, it looks like neither of us are getting anything done right now, so maybe this isn't the worst situation to be in. Okay, now she's gonna play something. Yeah, she drew all of her high stuff as well. 3 cost 6,000 blocker, huh? Fair and balanced, yes. Everything's fine. Best I can do is a 5,000. Ooh. This missile only does 3,000. I see what my play is here, but I don't like it. Because the play is I play Triceps this turn, and then next turn we Energy Charger him so I can kill that thing. It is a blocker, so I don't think it can attack at least. But whatever this is might be just as strong. Yeah, she's gonna block with that if I try to go for that play. This is what I was afraid of with that plan. But at least still get something off of her board, so I guess I still have to do it. And I also can't even select... Oh, she is blocking... No, she isn't blocking at all. That's the other option, is she just doesn't block. The option I didn't think about, the do-nothing option. Dogarn, huh? Well, we can go up to 5. That doesn't solve anything. Like, what I would really want in this situation is either my Bull Shark or my Gatling Sky Terror, but I can't have either of them at the moment. Does she have anything low enough that the missile can kill it? Yes, she does. In fact, that needs to go, because it's gonna start bouncing my shit. So, goodbye Dogarn, so we can keep the mana flowing. Fire the missile to keep her from starting to bounce my shit off the board. And now I kind of have to just sit here. Because if I attack, I lose my only creature. And I have to just hope that my shields do good. Well, I can get the bullshit onto the field. And it should be able to start taking out their stuff, but she's got so much built up now. Stained Glass is useless in this fight entirely. I'd actually be better off having Blasto, because Blasto at least hits a little harder. Thing I gotta watch out for is she could easily just bounce that off the field. The good news is all those blockers can't attack. Yeah, she's playing a new Stained Glass, exactly as I feared. Thing is, she does still have a decent amount of attackers. She's got, what, 2 of them? Yeah. Which I do need to do something about those, too. There's the Uber Dragon. We do have a Crimson Hammer and a blocker. By Blasto. We are up to 7, so I could Uber Dragon, but now is not the time to do that. I think, actually, instead of even playing the Gatling Sky Terror, I think I Hunterfish and Crimson Hammer. The Hunterfish to stop them from getting more attacks in, and the Crimson Hammer to kill off the Stained Glass before it causes problems. Because nothing else on her board is that concerning. Yeah, she's gonna keep sacrificing blockers to protect her attackers. I don't dare attack with you, because I just need that 6,000 blocker gone. Which, that's what the Gatling Sky Terror will be for, is I can attack the blocker directly. Yeah, they have an unblockable attacker, which will still go through. Are you the blocker killer? No, you're the untapped attacker. That's what I thought. These braids don't help, unfortunately. Get the Gatling Sky Terror on the board. Because that's another thing that can break through the 6,000 blocker. We do have enough to get Braid on the board. Is there literally anything that Braid could fight? The answer is no. Oh, she has 2 unblockable attackers now. We might be hosed. I have to do something slightly stupid then. I don't have a choice. I have to actually make a sacrifice play here. But even then, that doesn't work, because that blocks, he dies, then the other one blocks. But at least we trimmed down the amount of blockers she has out now. I probably needed to make that sacrifice earlier, but I was holding to see if I could do something about the problem. Yeah, because I don't have enough defense to save myself here. She has 2 unblockables, so even if I didn't, no matter what I did, I lost there. I needed to have made that sacrifice sooner, but I was playing for time instead. That was at least a fight. Like, we almost was able to do something there, but we still lost. Let's see what you've got. I did not want to play first, but hit the wrong thing. Oh, we have Flood Valve to get the Gatling Sky Terror back. Let's at least just get a presence on the board quickly. Green, huh? That's not what I expected to see. And again, not every character is based on their color scheme, what they're gonna use, so that's not a surprise. Oh, there's the other Gatling Sky Terror anyway. Let's... Since they have green, I don't really want to give up my stained glass. But that... well, their Sky Terror goes away then. Which I hate doing, but that's really the only choice I have. Is all those blue cards I have I kind of need. Because if I don't keep the Flood Valve, then the other Sky Terror's is gone for good. Well, this is a shame. Because the thing is, Stained Glass allows me to punt their cards away, is the reason why I wanted to keep that. And now we're just getting nothing but red here, which is great some of the time, but not in this very specific scenario. Come on, any of these shields be something useful. Well, they're not useful. Also, what is happening with her cards there? Oh, she ditched her entire mana zone to attack me. Hang on. We're back in this, then. We ditch Aqua Hulkus, we put a blocker down to stall her out. She can still attack me, because she can attack once, get killed, and then attack with the other one. But she's back down to 1 mana, so she's actually not going to be able to do much. She fucked up. I know I got slapped the last time I said that, because I said it too soon. But it's pretty clear this time. Play the Stained Glass. We'll save Energy Charger for next turn. Because what we do is we start pushing her board back into her hand while she has weakened mana. Actually, we hold on to what we have here. And we actually play Kuratops first. His Kuratops can also just kill one of the ones that are sitting there. Bounce that. Hit you in the face. Hit you in the face. This has been just a gimme. They shot themselves in the foot really badly. I don't really know what the plan there was with throwing their entire mana pool back in their own hand. I'm genuinely confused. This isn't me talking shit. I'm just like, but why though? I think the AI just kept attacking without considering the consequences. Was what I just did BM? Yes, but I needed that right now. Oh, she's so sad. Presumably you shuffled that mess. I didn't touch it. And we got Armored Cannon Balboro. But he needs a human. He also still only a 3,000 for 3 unless you have a lot of humans. Which isn't unusable, but I don't know. Jellyfish for nothing. We could splash in green and try to pull some bullshit here. Another Dogarn wouldn't be a bad idea, because it is just better than Blasto. Because he's the same stats, but at least has an effect. I really should put a second Hunter Fish in. Oh, I don't even have the Revolver Fish in at all. That's why I hadn't seen it. Okay, hang on. There's actually a more significant rework that has to happen then. Drop one of the Braid Claws, because it just shows up all the time but never accomplishes anything. Drop one of the Triceps. We literally never use Hyper Squid Walter, so let's just get rid of him too. So we want the other Hunter Fish, we want the 2 Revolver Fish. This way we have some more defense. Our biggest weakness right now is I try to rush down, but I don't have the power to rush down. So I end up stalling out and then I just lose. So I'm gonna make some adjustments here and see if I can actually stop that constant fail state from happening. But I'm pretty confident that we're still gonna keep losing more often than not. Yeah, we wanted the other Dogarn, but that was going to be in exchange for one of the Blastos. Because that was just a 1-to-1 trade. Well, not really a 1-to-1 trade, it was just a straight-up trade up. I don't know why I didn't have a Searing Wave in here. Gonna need that. Where the hell even are those Blastos? There they are. There are 3... He cost for 2,000. I feel like I just need to get rid of them entirely. But I need to be careful not to just unbalance everything even harder than it already has been, too. And Dogarn at least has an effect. Same with Kuratops, really. So actually, there should have been 2 Kuratops and none of the other one. Because we just so consistently throw Blastos away. There's no point in having him. Of course, the second I do that is when we're actually going to need one. You do punch above your weight class, but only when you're attacking, and we keep ending up on the back foot so often. Like, in a choice between these two, I would take the Volcanodon every time, because he's one cost cheaper and ends up at the same value. I thought there was something else I was like, yes, I want to put that in, but my brain has given up on that concept, apparently. Virtual Tripwire wouldn't be a bad thing to have, but it only taps an enemy. It doesn't really solve anything particularly. I mean, it makes it attackable, which is useful. Like, you could tap them and then attack them yourself. This would cut down on the amount of enemy spam and give me another thing that might actually trigger from the shield triggers. Because that's part of the problem, like I mentioned before, with the fact that we keep ending up having our shields do nothing, is the fact that I don't have very many good shield trigger cards. Because there's a bunch of them that if I don't have them appear in the shields, I don't actually want to use them normally, so they become useless. We also never end up using Steel Turret Cluster, so I think we get rid of that and try to replace that with something else. Because it's not that it's a dead card, but it's the situation that it's used in is so particular that it just doesn't end up landing. What do I replace it with? Like, these two tend not to get much use either, but I need at least a few blue cards in. What do you do again? Right, you return a mana pool card to hand. You are unblockable, though. We'll give you a chance. We'll see if that works out. We'll see if these changes end up manifesting me some less failure. I'm not even asking for success, just less failure. Your turn, kid. What do you got? Time to get beaten by a small child. Okay, he's a small child with a bastard blue setup, huh? Okay, wonderful. I mean, I'm one to talk because I have blue too, but that's a whole other discussion. Oh, he's got blue-green. I hate it here. I need to give up a blue card, but I don't really want to give up any of the blue cards I have. Do I think he's gonna have a lot of stuff that Burst Shot would kill? The answer is yes. But one way or the other, this turn's not going anywhere. I don't know what the hell that motion he's doing is, where he's just kind of nudging his hand forward in the air over and over again. Certainly a choice. Of course, he's gonna generate all the mana in the world, which is why I was holding Burst Shot. Okay, clearly I need to actually accept giving up one of these blockers, because I need the Charger spells to try to keep pace mana-wise with them. Well, we'll be at 3 if I get rid of Hunter Fish, and then we'll be at 4 with Energy Charger, so I'd be able to get the Revolver Fish out. Unless I just accept losing Riptide Charger, so I have both blockers. It would cost us 1 extra mana, but I think that might actually be the better choice here. Because what we do is we get rid of that, we Energy Charger. No, we don't Energy Charger. Because we would Energy Charger go up to 4, but we wouldn't be able to use it. I'm better off putting the Hunter Fish down to preserve shields first. Because now they won't be able to attack, but I can. But, oh, no, I can't either, because since he has to attack, he attacks and dies to that. So actually, my calculations were bad there. I should have energy chargered. I should have thought that through for a second longer, because that's why I was gonna energy charger, so that he could break through the blocker. God damn it, brain. The good news is, though, putting that blocker down means they aren't attacking. They can't do anything until they get rid of him. But they just won't... It just means they won't do anything. Go ahead and put Metal Wing away for the moment. Since they're still going to be stuck, we'll go ahead and Energy Charger first. That way we have an extra mana to work with. And then based on what he does, we will either put the blocker down or push for an attacker. Though he's spending a lot for that, so I'm probably going to need to push for an attacker. Yeah, that's an 8k problem. That's an issue. No, go right on ahead. Go right through, sir. Go right through. It'll be a double break, but I need that to be able to stop him doing his other attacks. Okay, we can get more blockers down, but that's not gonna solve anything at this point particularly. I could Burst Shot, which would kill off everything that isn't his big guy. And then I could get away with sacrificing my blocker this turn. But that only kills 2 creatures. I don't know if that's that big. What does this thing even do? Ah, it gave him more mana as well. Thanks, I hate it. The only thing we have on hand right now that could kill that is Bolt Tail Dragon. I think we just spam out the blockers. No, I can't actually spam out the blockers this turn, because I only have 1 blue mana. So no, we'll go for the Burst Shot then. Because we don't have anything that's weak enough to die to Burst Shot right now. At least this puts us on a more level playing field. Yeah, now we actually block. Because we can't just keep giving him shield hits. We're on 6. This will be 7. We are going to have to take a shield hit here in order to get Bolt Tail down. And we'll just have to hope that he doesn't have an answer to Bolt Tail. Because then he attacks, we kill his attacker, or on our turn. And then we hope that we can start turning things around. Because thankfully he doesn't have a ton of cards in his hand. And he's got a blocker now. Well, there goes my fucking plan. And that's exactly the scenario I was worried about as well. But hopefully one of those cards we pull will be useful. Technically, yes, because I can get 2 blockers down now. So we have to kill his blocker first. But then we can delay him getting an attack in long enough that we can finish the job. Okay. Flood Valve. What's in my mana pool right now that I could potentially grab? Burning Power, Crimson Hammer, Riptide Charger, Energy Charger, Lucas. I wouldn't mind getting my Metal Wing Sky Terror back at this point. Because then I could have both my Sky Terrors. If we put Dogarn into mana, then I can have the Sky Terror and the Flood Valve. Yeah. I just need to make sure not to play both my blue manas at once. There we go, he's gone now. Now we have an advantage. I'm sure that advantage is going to get pulled away from me again, because they have too much mana to not be able to do anything. Just depends on what they end up drawing. And they are using something that gives them card draw, so they suddenly have weapons. All of that, and they accomplished nothing? Huh. I don't know what that turn was supposed to accomplish, but I'm going to assume it didn't work. Just in case he has anything that evolves, let's kill that. Okay, he gets a free Aqua Surfer. That's fine. The blocker keeps Aqua Surfer under control, but pushes Bolt Tail back. We still get the second hit, though, because the attack had already gone through. This is also why I made sure to get another strong creature down, because eventually he was going to be able to bounce something off my field. Now he starts spamming out creatures just to have some form of board presence. We have 9 right now, so I can't play Explosive Dude Joe and Bolt Tail, and I don't care enough about having Joe on the field. Let's just get Bolt Tail back. This is the most creatures of any substance I think we've had on the board at any given time. I could have went for the kill here, or in hindsight. But I wanted to keep his board controlled in case something went wrong with one of the triggers. You know, the one time I'm actually cautious when it doesn't matter. Bolt Tail, kill him. We have defeated the small child. Glory be to us that day. Deathblade Beetle, that's a green, right? Yeah. Pretty good one, too. Crystal Memory, is that blue? Blue. Search your deck, may take a card from your deck and put it in your hand and shuffle the deck. That's actually a really good shield trigger. We might grab that. Brainstorm we've seen, that's the drop to 2 cards. We might replace the brain thing we have with that. Fairy Child is that unblockable one that was pissing me off. Another Tornado Flame. Laura Giga Sky Guardian. That's the thing that kept piling in and blocking us against that one light guy. We do have a second Spiral Gate now as well. Of course, you know, after getting our ass kicked for so long, we're finally starting to get some staple cards in to finally start fixing this. I might actually get rid of Aqua Hulkus as well. Because he is just one card when I could replace him with something that gives more cards. We need to keep some of our cheap stuff, though, to be able to actually play something. Orvath, you are... yeah, you need Armaloids. That was why I didn't use you. Fire Sweeper, Power Attack 2000. So he's a 5k for 4. I think I'm gonna finally get rid of the remaining Triceps because we do keep mana screwing ourselves by using that. Because I pull him out to solve a problem, but then I can't do a follow-up because I have no power. Where was the... there we go. Thought Probe was the one I wanted to replace with the... with at least one Brain Serum. Because Brain Serum gives you one less card, but it's both a shield trigger and it has no conditions. So it doesn't end up being a dead card like the other one does. Now, I want Crystal Memory as well, because it's a targeted search. Which means I can actually get something I'll actually need instead of a random search end up giving me something that doesn't help anything. Because the more deck control we start to get, the better off we'll be. I might actually just get rid of the duplicate Sky Terror. Because of the amount of times it shows up and can't be used. Like, not even... I don't want to... Well, no, actually... Let's get rid of the Uber Dragon. He is a power play, but not only does he need me to have an Armored Dragon on the board, which just doesn't end up happening most of the time, he costs 7 as well. Like, he's just unplayable with the way this is set up right now. He was kind of the big card of the deck, but I think he just needs to go away. He's just too unwieldy. Which makes me very sad, I would like to note. But sometimes practicality has to win over cool moments and hype. Okay, you're just a talk. So I guess let's try again against you, and then we'll figure out what is actually supposed to be happening around here. Because I presume one of these people I'm supposed to be talking to actually moves the plot along, that we actually do something more significant than just getting my ass kicked over and over again. Okay, this is already looking better. As much as I would like to keep my Searing Wave... No, actually, Stained Glass is the thing to get rid of here. Isn't she blue... I think she's blue only, isn't she? Or was she blue-green? If she's blue-green, then I made a mistake getting rid of Stained Glass. But I can also just get it back, so it's not the worst thing. Let's get rid of one of my Dogarns so I can play Kippo. I gotta be careful with Kippo, because he might knock my plans askew by knocking a mana point off. Now she's playing her own Stained Glass. Okay, that's fine. That's not a threat. In fact, it's even less of a threat now. Do I Aqua Hulkus? No, get the blocker out now so she just gets stymied immediately. Is we learned last time that if we let her set up, it just gets out of hand. Also, don't pay any mind to the fact that her sprite makes her legs look very broken. I don't know why she's posed like that. I think we actually just hold here. Play Aqua Hulkus in the hopes of getting a card I'm willing to get rid of. Now they have a 4,000 blocker, though, so we're stuck. So we're currently in a stalemate, because neither side can attack in a meaningful way. Oh, that's upsetting. Now they can attack me. She's doing that thing where she spams cards out. Yep, bounces that. Oh, my board suddenly is a lot clearer. But she made a bit of a mistake, actually, because I no longer need Kippo. So she got rid of Kippo without actually causing him to hurt both of us like he was going to. So this is actually fine, ironically enough. Aqua Jolter's useless because he's mostly a shield trigger advantage. Let's get another Hunterfish out there. Actually, no, that's our only Hunterfish. I forgot he got bounced that quickly. Flood Valve. Do I want anything that's in my mana zone? I could pull Kippo back, but why would I pull Kippo back that quickly? That'd be just silly. I think we're just kind of not going to be able to cast anything else here. I would love to kill that Stained Glass, but I can't. I think we just sit here. Which is another unfortunate scenario of we waste our time staring at each other, but... Yeah, now she's got 2 Stained Glass out, but I only have blue out right now, so she can't actually bounce any of it. Go ahead and put Aqua Jolter to use that way. Searing Wave would clear most of her board out in exchange for my shields. So that's a trade I'm willing to make right now. She's got a lot on that board, and I don't want any of it to exist. Because that's all but one of her creatures. It is admittedly the one that's stopping me. But it keeps her from piling in as soon as she breaks past the fish. She also doesn't have very many cards in her hand, so she can't rebuild very effectively. We've now stalled her pretty hard. I think actually at this point we give up the Flood Valve. Because what we could do is put the Zebrafish down and start doing unblockable attacks. Or we put Muramasa down. Muramasa, though, wouldn't be able to break through, so he wouldn't actually get to use his ability, is why I don't do that. Oh yeah, we can still... Yeah, we'll pull Flood Valve back now. There we go. I forgot that that was the other half of what that does, is it takes something from the mana zone and puts it back in my hand anyway. So it's as if I never burnt the Flood Valve in the first place. Yeah, now she's spamming out some weak creatures who still can't get through. I put Joe to the side, so we're now back at 6 mana. I think we Revolver Fish to cover in case she plays something scary. And... I don't think we Flood Valve right now. So we swing an unblockable attack out to start doing some damage, and then we wait. Because we're beating her at her own game right now with stalling out. Thing is, she can start pulling her own unblockables as well, because that's what she killed us with before. So I need to be on guard for those. There's another big blocker, though. What I really need is my blocker killer, Sky Terror, which is not this one. Though this would work. I really need the specifically blocker killer one. Let's get the Gatling Sky Terror out there, because he'll still be able to break the blockers. And we'll just keep swinging unblockable until we chew through all of those defenses. It only took 3.5 hours, but we actually have a functioning deck now, I think. She's gonna put another 4K blocker down, though. Her board is scary. She has 7 things on it, and I don't like that. Yeah, let's go ahead and put Bull Tail down now as well. I have less things on my board, but my board is stronger. Go ahead and get that unblockable hit in. Now go ahead, choose your sacrifice. Yeah, of course your 2K blocker was the sacrifice. That just makes sense. She is slowly gonna lose here unless she can do something about what I'm doing, though. Again, exact same scenario she put me in the last time we fought her. And she's about to try to put me back in that position because she's getting her own unblockable attacker out. What she should be doing is attacking me with the stained glasses just to kick my units back to my hand, even though they would die doing it. This way, she would actually stall what I'm doing down a bit if she's really trying to aim for being able to hit me back with unblockable as well. But apparently she's unwilling to do that. So we can Spiral Gate away her strongest blocker. Which is actually not the best choice I could have made there. I should have probably held that. But I do have 2 big attacks that can swing out, so it's not a big deal. Oh, that's right. Wait, yeah, you could attack untapped creatures, so I don't know why I can't choose those. It's fine. And that's the last of her blockers, so it still works. The plan still works, because now she just loses, because we swarm her and she dies. And I hadn't even swung the unblockable one yet, so game over. Wow, that is a very, very aggressively sad face there. You exist. Artisan Pecora. Right, that's why I didn't take Artisan Pecora when it was in the initial list. I was like, wait, this is a one cost 2,000. Why wouldn't I use this? Because it's another one that throws your mana zone away. We do have a decent bit for a dark deck at this point as well. I'm gonna assume, though, that this one over here is probably the one I need to talk to move things along. Yeah, because you're the one that runs the thing. Okay, so I guess the next bit is ask around. Maybe not. They said talk to the tournament organizer over there, and I would love to know who they mean by the person over there. You're not helpful. How many of you are going to ask me to teach you how to shuffle? Why are all of you completely useless? Okay, go to park. Maybe we'll find more people to lose to here. Okay, that was only half helpful. You're not creepy at all, not in the slightest. Another tournament, huh? Win with a deck using no blockers, no evolution creatures, free of survivors. I mean, technically I can do that. I just need to get rid of the handful of blockers I have. I don't use any evolution creatures anymore. Another tournament? Jesus Christ. Tournaments everywhere. The important question about the no blocker house rule thing is, are the AIs in the tournament going to abide by that rule? Or are they going to have a bunch of blockers and I'm going to get fucked? That's the real kicker there. You lot look weird. What's your deal? Good for you. Oh, this is how we get a mini game. Sure. What's your game? Oh, it's just Brick Breaker. Okay, I can do that. As long as it also doesn't control like ass like the other minigame did. No, it seems fine. It's a little float, but it's not horrendous. I'm totally not going to get tired of that sound at all before we're done here. They really could have done better with the sound design for this. Come on now. And they couldn't even give us another song in the background of this or anything. Just the same song. Oh, I think that slowed the ball down. Yeah, I'm pretty confident it slowed the ball down, because boy, that's not really moving anymore, huh? I want to expand the paddle, but that would not go well. I would immediately lose that ball, which I'm pretty sure would undo me getting the power up, so it would have been completely pointless to do that. Okay, so the high score is apparently just 9,000. They really think that's apparently a good score, huh? When we're already halfway there without having lost a life yet. But then again, this is also just to unlock this as a minigame, so I guess I shouldn't be shocked that it's not that difficult to do. As long as they don't ask me to beat my own score after this, is otherwise this might become a problem. Yeah, literally the high score's looking like it's just beat level 1. Which is not really much of a high score if you think about it. I don't really know why this game has so many minigames in it either. I mean, I guess you need something to break up the card game with, perhaps, but I don't know. I feel like the plot's supposed to be doing that, such as the plot is. How slow can we actually make this ball move? Because if we could just get, like, multiple slowdown power-ups back-to-back, I wonder if it would actually stack and make the ball just, like, not move. I would genuinely try to do that if I could actually manifest those power-ups consistently. If for nothing else, but because I think it'd be funny to just have the ball just moving, like, a pixel at a time. Which it technically is already, but it's moving many pixels quickly instead of slowly like I was thinking about up there. We also lost our paddle expansion a bit ago. Oh, I think. So I think it was only a temporary one. I've also not been paying that much attention, though, if I'm honest. This has very much been on autopilot. Because, you know, it is just a brick break game. It's not like I have to pay that much attention to what I'm doing here. This is gonna take a minute to get all these remaining bricks that are over here, though. Okay, it's not quite just do level 1 to get the high score. Unless there is a level completing bonus. If there's a level completing bonus, then yes, this is absolutely gonna be just clear level 1 and you get the high score. Which in its own right is pretty funny. That should... Nope, not quite. Close. That'll work. Nope, there's no level clear bonus. Okay. Very good. Hey, look, high score. Now to demolish the high score by just letting that bounce around in there. Like, literally, I could just let go of the controls, because even losing now, since I think he said I just needed to beat the high score, We've already won. What if I win harder to make up for all of the losing at the card game I've been doing? What does that do? I don't know what it's done still. My paddle has turned orange, and I don't know what that means. Like, it looked like a biohazard sign, so I almost thought it was a bad thing, but it doesn't really seem to have negatively impacted me, nor positively impacted me, so I don't know what it did. Aside from the wonderfully mysterious something. Can't quite squeeze it in over the top there, because if I could just get it up where those dark gray bricks are up at the top, we would have this so easily. Or at least a lot of it. Obviously wouldn't get all of them for free, but it would get quite a few. Almost. I don't know if there is an angle where I can actually get up back there. That would have been multi-ball, I think. Which would have been nice. But again, I would have immediately lost a ball there. Which, I don't know why I'm so worried about that. I don't know why I'm trying so hard in this little brick break minigame within a children's card game. But here we are. Yep. You know, that's a good reason to try a decent bit, not to hear that sound again. Come on. Bounce where I need you to bounce. Come on. There it is. Yep. Didn't quite stay there like I wanted it to, but that's fine. Still got some work done. So tempted to just let the remaining balls just fall, though, just so we can go back to doing something else. I don't know why I once again grabbed the ball slowing power up. It's not like I need it, and all this is doing is making this take longer. Yeah, you know what? I think we're done here. We can now play Brick Break. Yay! So when people have a challenge for that, I guess we could do that now. You stand and tell me what challenges you have. Okay, you want to play what though, but I don't have it. I need to beat you with a water deck to get that. And 2 out of 3. Oh, interesting. So I have to use her deck to beat her. And we switch back and forth for the 2 out of 3. You know what? Let's give that a shot. That might actually be interesting. See if the AI beats me with my own shoe. Okay, first round, she's using hers and I'm using mine, and then second round, I'll be using hers, I guess. Okay. That makes sense. This is actually a decent hand, aside from turn 1. Turn 1, this hand is ass, but it starts to get there a little bit. We'll toss the Crimson Hammer away, because we won't really be able to make use of that without giving up better things. So she's got a black-green set up here, and I've got both my spiral gates already. I'm gonna have to give up one of them, just because I'm gonna need blue mana in order to get stuff on the field, and if I can get the stained glass out there, I can knock out any nature stuff she plays. So it's looking like she's gonna be... Yep, going dark. Crystal Memory would be nice. Would have really rathered it be in my memory, I mean my shield pool, but you know. Let's go ahead and put Ukarn away for now, because he's not gonna be useful anytime quick. Sure is, Drago. How you doing? Let's go ahead and just be annoying and Spiral Gate that away for now. Just because I need to stall for time anyway. Because this hand is not a quick starter. Nice. As I told people earlier, I played the games a little bit. I never actually watched the show that it was attached to it. But I do have decent memories of some of the games. This is not one of the ones I did play, which is part of why I decided it would be funny to do this one on the only real difficult setting this has. And it's not been going well. But it's been amusing, at the very least. This hand is not what I wanted. Let's go ahead and keep the Brain Serum, because I don't have anything specific I need to fish for with Crystal Memory, so we'll throw that. What do they have on their board still? Right, they just put that down. Which would be nice to get rid of too, but I don't have anything that'll immediately get rid of it. So we'll Brain Serum for the moment, because Stained Glass won't do anything against that anyway. And then next turn we'll be able to get rid of it again with Riptide Charger. And keep building up mana to be able to do more meaningful things. So based on what else she has in her mana pool, I'm a little worried. But this is a best 2 out of 3, and we'll be able to steal her deck for the next round anyway. So worst case, we have that going for us. Based on the lack of nature things she's playing, I'm actually going to go ahead and get rid of the Stained Glass, which might be a mistake. Searing Wave's up to 3,000, right? Yeah, so I could clear with that right now, but that would only kill 2 things. I feel like I'm gonna take the shield damage and wait for her to play more things to nuke first, which also means I don't play anything myself right now. I'm pretty sure we still have our cards somewhere. Probably buried in the box that has all of the other cards that are no longer being used ever. So it'd be just in a big box with a bunch of Yu-Gi-Oh cards, Magic cards, and everything like that. And now we take 1 hit, but she'll lose 3 creatures this turn. I could Burst Shot instead, but that's only 2,000, not 3,000. I love that all of the things I would love to have be shield triggers are all in my hand now. Thanks, game. Thanks. We don't need 2 Dogarns. So we're at 7 now. So this'll work. We'll Searing Wave and then put a blocker down. Just be as annoying as possible. Of course, now I have to throw a shield away either way, but it's fine. Because that should stall them a bit, because they don't have very many cards left in their hand. In fact, I'm pretty sure they threw away one of the things that I put back in their hand. I know, there's the thing that I put back. Marmasa only auto-kills things that are 2,000, and that was a 3,000 she just put down. Which also kills my blocker. But that's fine, because as long as I can start establishing a board presence, it'll work itself out. So let's get rid of you. We have 8. So we'll play these 2. Aqua Hulkus will get me another card. I should have played the Aqua Hulkus first in case I drew something that would be better than Dogarn to play. I didn't. It didn't matter. But they'll either attack and sacrifice their only attacker that's available right now. Oh, actually, I think they're gonna nuke it. Yeah, they're just gonna nuke it. That's fine. We have a 2-to-1 here, but they are way ahead of me on shield damage right now. Oh, there we go. We just get a stronger blocker, though, so fuck you, game. Let's see, we have 9 now. So I can get 2 creatures down. Not really the ideal scenario here, but that'll do. Because at least it stops them attacking me. And I can get an extra attack in to start evening things up. We do not attack her creature, however, because it will just kill anyone that attacks it. Actually, no, I did that wrong. I should have attacked with the other 2 to tap them and then attacked the creature with Dogarn, because Dogarn would gain power from everybody being tapped. But it's fine. They were not lost, or what do you mean? Oh, that's a shame. You know what? Let's go ahead and just give up Burst Shot at this point. Because if we can just get enough of a board presence, this fight's over anyway. Which, this is the thing I kind of remember being a bit of a shame with this game a lot of the time, is... like, just with this card game in general, is creature spam kind of does work a little too well. You know, I don't know how much it costs to try to get cards for this at this point, but I would have to imagine it's not cheap. Because I don't think they print this game at all anymore, so obviously that's a whole situation there. Okay, now we're gonna have to fight ourselves. So let's see how well she handles the mess that I made and how well I handle whatever the fuck this is that she has. I need to look at a lot of these because I don't know what these are. Okay, Frost Spectre would be useful to have. Well, no, I was just thinking cards for this game at all, because like I was saying, I genuinely don't even know if they still make this at all anymore. Because I haven't heard about this game in the past, I think it was like 6 years? Yeah, but that's Japanese. That's not going to be useful to anybody that doesn't read Japanese. So in practical terms, for most people here, probably it wouldn't... I think I should have checked what that card did, because I think I may have just played something that needed to have something else on the board, otherwise it left. This is what you get for having to learn someone else's deck on the fly. Ah. Okay. This one was the one that puts a shield? Yeah. Takes a mana zone, puts it in shield. Let's go ahead and get rid of that. We can't do anything this turn, so we're going to take some shield damage again. Because I already made one stupid move. I'm literally going to lose to my own deck here, which is going to be the most depressing thing. What's this card do? Okay, it's another mana zone card. I should just expect most of these greens to give me mana zone things. We can get the gray balloon out and start holding the line, though. I do want to try to keep these evolutions. Yeah, we'll get rid of one of our Mystic Treasure chests. It's fine. Let's get the blocker down, and then we'll start ramping our mana next turn, because they won't be able to attack me. They're on 4 now, so unless they... no, they do have something. That is odd. You never know where something will be popular, though. Yeah, now they get their attack in. They had to give up a creature. I could put down another gray balloon. That's why the other lone tier exploded. Okay. So you want to use those as evolution fodder, then. Okay. What are you, Elfex? Ooh, that makes my creatures cheaper. I want that. I want that on the field right now. I really want the Frost Spectre because of the fact that it gives all Ghost Slayer. That would be very useful. Because I can then start throwing weak things into the blockers I know my deck has. I guess I'm just not going to get my mana ramp as much because I need to be able to do things here. Go ahead and get the Elfex down, because next turn this will help a lot. And right now they're stuck. The thing I gotta watch out for is the fact that we're about to hit the mana threshold where my deck is actually gonna be dangerous. Yeah, because they're gonna start throwing things like that out. Okay, I need to get rid of a 9,000 attack problem now. The good news is they've now thrown their mana completely off a cliff. They also threw away one of their blockers, which is not a great decision on their part. Now is a great time for me to get that thing that gives me Slayer onto the field, though. We don't really need 2 Frost Spectres at the second. So we'll sacrifice having one of those. Now we put Lone Tier down. We turn the Lone Tier into Frost Spectre. Aren't you a horrifying little mess? So now our blocker has Slayer, so when he interacts with their 9,000, it'll die. And the elf may as well attack. Because he can be nice bait. Okay, Aqua Hulkus, I think, is coming out. Yeah, that's 3. Yeah. Uh-huh, you walked right into the bait. Exactly as expected. Now I lose the Elfex anyway, but that's fine. Because they're at a mana disadvantage right now, and they've just made their own mana disadvantage worse. So this is fine. They should know how their own deck works well enough to not just walk right into a trap like that, but apparently they're not that smart. No, that's not what I meant to do. We'll just skip the mana phase entirely because I don't need to worry about it right now. We'll get another big scary ghost out. It can attack immediately. Oh, good. You just happened... I swear this is the most frustrating thing with this game, though, is the enemy will conveniently get every shield trigger they could ever desire in their shields, and my entire shield pool will always not be anything useful. Oh, hey, we actually got a shield trigger for a change. What do you know? That's 1 in, like, 50 hits today that's been a shield trigger. That's only a mild exaggeration, I would like to point out. Like, I think the actual amount's more like 5 in 50, but it's still not a great result. Whereas, like, every other duel that I've lost has been because they conveniently get just the right shield trigger at the wrong moment for me. Yeah, so this technically only costs 2, because I'll get an extra mana from it. So let's go ahead and play that then. No, fuck's sake. I keep getting my turn order confused, because I'm not actually reading what's on the screen there. We don't really need this, because we have Slayer, so we'll be okay without that. This way we can get basically everything else out. Any non-nature. This is also a way for me to actually take a look at what else is in this deck. Okay, we got a lot of Terror Pits. What's Mongrel Man do? Okay, that's actually useful if we can get him, so I don't want to get rid of that. We'll get rid of one of the Terror Pits, which might be a mistake. Yeah, now we have 4 left. I can either put another Balloon down or get another Frost Spectre out. Or actually get Frost Spectre back out, rather. Because he's currently not on the board. Yeah, let's get Frost Spectre back. Is half of the idea we have going right now is keeping Slayer as an option. And we can also attack with both of these, so it works out. If the other Spiral Gate is in her shields, by the way, I'm going to be very upset. I just wanted to note that. Because I have 2 Spiral Gates in that deck, so if both of them were in the shields, I was going to call so much horse shit. I just want that to be known. What are you doing? Okay, you're just trying to get creatures out. I find it very funny, though, that the AI is not really handling the mess of a deck I made very well. Like, they're threatening me at the moment, but I can just put a blocker down and just ruin all of that for them right now. We don't really need a second Jack Viper. We are on 7 right now, so if I play the Elf-X first, that makes both of these cost 2, which would mean I need a total of 8, so yeah. We'll just go ahead and throw that away, it's fine. It's important to get that balloon out, though, so we don't just get killed. So actually, we just win here, because she didn't put down any blockers. There we go. 2 in a row. One with my own, one with hers. So we get King Riptide. Which... Okay, it's just a 7 cost 5,000 that gives me 2 cards when it's played. Probably not using that. But it was fun to actually win one of the challenges, finally. You'll duel, but you don't have any challenges. Let's see what you've got. God damn it, I was clicking through it expecting to lose the toss, and I won the toss. God damn it, me. Stop mashing. Wow, this is... Okay, Ukarn, you're going away, because I need those blockers. If I don't have these blockers, I basically just almost always lose, it seems. So I need to make sure to have at least a blocker out. Which is funny, because like I was talking about earlier, in the other Game Boy Advance game, and I think in the PS2 game as well, I think I ran a like blockerless setup where I just went wild and somehow it just worked. But this one they try harder in, so it seems that that's more of an issue. What was it they just played? That is a 2000. I could blast it with Crimson Hammer. I should keep the Spiral Gate in case something bad shows up. Based on what they played so far, what do I think they're gonna have? Do I think I'm gonna need something that bypasses blocking? I don't think I will anytime quick. I'll put it away. I can fish it back out with Flood a Gate if I need it. I'd rather just kill that off, keep them from being able to use it as evolution fodder. If there's anything I've learned the hard way in this game, it's the AI really loves their evolutions. Which is a shame, because I haven't really gotten any of the ones that I would want to use. I think I actually just stand on this one. Which is a shame, because it's going to start messing with my mana curve, but with the hand I had, I don't think I need to worry about that too badly. And besides, it's a light green deck. I'm going to be out-mana'd anyway. They're going to mana curve and go nuts. Because there's not going to be anything I can do to stop that. Best I can do is just try to keep field control. I see. What do you do? You have a tap effect. You give 5,000 power, huh? Hate that. Hate that a lot. There's also nothing I can do about him, because if I Spiral Gate him, he'll just be put back on the board. All that does is delay him. I think I'd be better off putting Spiral Gate away and then trying to Brain Serum for more cards, because right now we're in an awkward spot. This might be a misplay. Not entirely. It's definitely not the best play I could have made, but I don't think I had too many great I hate it here. Remember what I said about them always getting their damn shield effects? So now I can't block this turn. I'm so upset. He's gonna get 2 free attacks because he just conveniently had one of his Holy Aws in his shield zone, even though he's clearly got 2 of them in his mana zone. Yep, now that guy's strong, and he's gonna kill my blocker, like he was going to if he hadn't installed me anyway, so I guess it didn't matter. Now we go for our Searing Wave. We'll get rid of one of our Revolver Fish. Searing Wave will kill his entire board. So I think that kills mine too, but 4 for 1 is a good trade. That's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. Oh no, it's the opponent only. It's the other one that kills everything. So yeah, there we go. Nice cleared up board. I have to give up a shield for it, but that's absolutely fine. That is such a good trade. Unless I just got rid of one of my only shield effects, in which case I'm just going to be sad in the corner again. Now they get even more mana, which thankfully they can't use. Okay, we're up to 6 now. I can get Bullshock Dragon out. Based on what they have on the board right now, I think I'm better off playing Bullshock now, because I don't need to worry about having a blocker at this exact second. Is how this ends up going is they'll attack, and then I'll kill them with my guy, and then whatever else they play, Bullshock can probably take care of. Except they are going to have the buffer again, which I don't like. Because that's enough to kill Bullshock. Which makes me very unhappy. Yep, you of course get more shields to delay me killing you, which is fine. Because I'm about to delay you just as hard. We're on 6 right now, so I can play both of those and still keep Spiral Gate, so we'll just hang on to Spiral Gate in case he plays something scary. Because right now he doesn't have anything too threatening. Because his buffer doesn't help if his buffer has nothing to buff. Oh, good. Right at the end of my turn, I triggered the Holy Awe. That's fine. He'll get a free hit in, but he's gonna pay for it next turn. Oh, what a difference actually having a couple blockers makes, eh? Because for anybody that came in later on, I genuinely did spend the first, like, 3 hours of this stream getting my ass kicked. I lost, I think, 3 out of 4 duels. And mind you, that's just a percentage. That's not an accurate number. there's a lot of them that I lost. Hey, you know, it was a good thing that I happened to hold on to this Spiral Gate to get rid of annoying evolution cards like that one. Goodbye. You lose. It's almost like I'm in my element using a lot of nasty bouncing effects and such. It's almost like I spent a lot of time playing Magic as a blue player. Was a lot of people's least favorite opponent. Let's see, that's a 5,000, so we'll fight 5,000 with 5,000, which kills it, and we win. Oh, hey, Braid Claw, just go in the mana pool. You are not needed here. Roasty toasty goes the boy. And we get Spiral Grass, which is a light card. Mana Crisis is what? Green. Of course it's green. Aqua Shooter, I think, yeah, we already have that. Marrow Ooze, the dark thing we kept seeing get thrown around a lot. Giga Stand is dark. Okay, useless. So this was a pretty garbage pack, all things considered. Nothing that fits either of my colors. Do I want to just be a menace on the playground and just beat up everybody? Yeah, you know what? Oh, it's got challenges. What do you got? Defeat me using a random deck. Create a temporary light deck and defeat you with it for that card. Defeat my friend in Mr. Daba's shop to win this. You'll find him alone at a table. Let's play the random game. I'm curious what the random deck's gonna be. Is it random from what I own, or is it just random at all? It's definitely not random off of things I own, because I don't have an Emerald or a Crystal Paladin. So I got a blue deck of some description. And it looks like it'll be pretty good, because it's actually got a decent balance. At least in the immediate hand. Like, this is a better hand than I usually have. We also have a Crystal Lancer. I think this might just be like the blue starter deck, actually. Okay, this is the shield swapping one. I like my hand, so I'm actually gonna go ahead and just get rid of Emerald. And we'll start getting annoying blockers in play. Okay, so he's got a light-dark deck. Oh, it's blue light. Oh, ew. I'm really just gonna be annoying, huh? Like, this really feels like it's setting up to be a deck that'll just make your opponent concede out of frustration before they even get to the point where they're going to lose. I've definitely had both owned my share of those and dealt with a lot of those. So maybe it was just me, but I always reserved those for the people that were just particularly annoying, rather than using the I'm going to make my opponent concede in frustration just on everybody. And that's just a useless cheap card, so we'll just throw that away. I could either Brain Serum or get Crystal Paladin out. What does Crystal Paladin even do? Return all blockers on the opponent's... Oh, wait, no, that's going to return my blockers, too. I don't want to play that, then. As much as that'd be nice to have out, we have a lot of blockers right now, so I do not want to reset them. For all that he's got green in there, he doesn't have that much mana. But he may not have the right end of it. He does have a pair of 4,000 attack creatures, though. Aquahulkus. So, pretty sure those things only had 2,000 attack a moment ago, so I'm assuming they're ramping up based on each other existing. No, it just is getting plus 1,000... What? If it only gets plus 1,000, how is it getting plus 2,000? There's shenanigans afoot here that I don't understand. But the play might be go for Crystal Paladin, actually. It's gonna mean we take some more hits, but there's not much else we can do here. Because what I do is I Crystal Paladin and I put down the cheap blocker. Oh, that's right. Yeah, see, they were getting 1,000 from each other. That's what I thought. Wait, yeah, I had a 1-cost card and I had 1 mana left. Why couldn't I use it? Oh, well, fuck you then. I'm so glad you just had a kill card conveniently in your hand. Don't need Aqua Vehicle. We're almost up to being able to get Crystal Lancer out, but at least we can just spam out a bunch of things to get in the way. Yeah, because we had an Aqua Guard right there. We still have enough for Aqua Hulkus too, so you know what? Just spam away, spam away. And I just drew an Aqua Hulkus off my Aqua Hulkus. No, he's throwing something big, though. This might be a problem. What even is this? Okay, it's only 3,000, but it appears to be giving them all Slayer, which is upsetting. Doesn't really matter at the moment, because they're stronger than we are anyway. But it's gonna be upsetting when I put something like Crystal Lancer down and it gets killed. Just verify, is that where this problem's coming from? No, it just has Slayer. Oh, I see what the bit here is. This thing's picking up the effects of other things. I think all survivors share effects with each other. That's what's fucking happening here. Because this is also only a 2,000 power creature. Oh, that's fucked. I hate that. Like, I hate that and I love that at the same time. Because that is just shenanigans incarnate right there. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna throw the Aqua Hulkus away. We're gonna bring a new Crystal Paladin out. Because I don't want to bring the larger one out and have him just get killed. Because we can just replay the Marine Flower. Now, the problem is if I kill that... Actually, yes, if I kill that, then that other one just becomes a 2,000-point Slayer, which our blocker can take care of. So that is the call here. It means losing the Crystal Paladin, but it's fine. Hey there, Lark. How goes? I mean, technically you can do that. There are Flame Swordsmen in here, just not named as such. Okay, you're gonna kill the useless Aqua Hulkus. And now you've gained an attack buff again because you're a piece of shit with all these survivor cards. Okay, he's gonna get stunned by the Holy Awe, though, so that works. Welcome to card games. You spend most of your time feeling cheated if you're playing a card game. Whenever one of your creatures breaks a shield this turn, you may draw 2 cards for each shield. Okay. Everybody going for the Yu-Gi-Oh bit here. I can't really break any shields this turn, because all I have is a blocker. How's it going, Zin? So Miracle Quest is useless to me. I can get Crystal Lancer out, but I think I'm just gonna die here. Like, we don't die immediately, but we're gonna go down to no shields left. So one of those shields has to be really helpful, or we're in trouble. Oh, right. The creatures I have out aren't liquid people, so I can't even use that. Never mind, we really are fucked here. Nice. What did you end up ordering? We'll block this, I guess. This way, at least we're not dead yet, but boy, oh boy, do we need to get some good... Oh, good, it's another Holy Awe, because that's what I needed right now. And we're fucked, because I just drew a completely useless card. I'm so glad this random deck is actually worse than the mess I made. I'm literally just gonna skip my turn, because it doesn't matter. This turn is gonna do nothing. Just speed that up. There we go. We'll try again. Ooh, that does sound good right now. I did that thing again where I mashed the button too much and ended up going first when I didn't want to. I was kind of hoping I'd get a different random deck, but apparently no, it's the same deck again. That's fine. Let's get rid of one of the Miracle Quests, and then we'll use Emerald to put the other one into the mana pool as well. And try to get a different... I mean, into the shield pool, rather. And just hope one of these is a useful card. Don't like the look of that, whatever that is. So apparently it's not that strong. Okay, we got 2 Crystal Paladins, and in case you're wondering why I fell silent, what you might realize is I put a Miracle Quest into my shield pool. You know what I pulled out of my shield pool? Another Miracle Quest. That literally did nothing. Doing that just quite literally did nothing. I'm so glad. Let's actually use this, though, because we can at least get card draw out of it. Now that we have something that can attack. I'm just so mad right now. Hey, look, our only other Miracle Quest. I'm glad all of them are accounted for now. And he gets a free creature. You ever get the feeling the universe just hates you? Now, I will admit, there is a world in which setting this to the normal difficulty might actually mean that the game cheats. There is a world in which that's true. Like, there may genuinely just be cheating involved here that I don't know about. I don't want to assume that, but I'm starting to lean there a bit. Okay, we have 4 mana, so I can get an Aqua Hulkus out and still get Aqua Guard. Thing is, all of that's not gonna matter. What's your deal? Okay, you are just Shield Trigger. You're just being buffed by the other guy. So as soon as he untaps, you're gonna go back to being a 1000. But you're always going to be used last, I'm sure, so that's not going to matter. Still may as well Aqua Hulkus first, though. See if I pull a useful card. I'm glad I'm pulling all my other Holy Awes. That means we have nothing that's going to stop anything. The universe really hates me. Is it because I'm playing blue? This is not my fault that I'm playing blue this time, game. You gave me this deck. This is the random deck you gave me. If you're mad because I'm using blue, you shouldn't have given me blue. What does Diamond Cutter do? Ignore any effects that prevent your creatures from attacking your opponent. You can ignore summoning sickness with this? Interesting. Doesn't help right now, but, you know, it's nifty. I think we just keep throwing Holy Awe's away. We get Crystal Paladin down on the board. Which is gonna bounce my blocker, but that's okay. I can just replay him. That's why I made sure to save a blue mana. That's probably what happened last time, is I didn't save a blue mana. So now we kill him, which removes their strength to get through my blocker. But how much do I bet he's gonna have another one of those? Now it's the weird survivor thing that buffs itself instead, but that's fine. Oh, that's less fine, because now he's got enough attack to get through. Don't waste the blocker, because that just means the other guy will attack me too. Fire all my Holy Awe's in my hand. Bye. Just keep throwing them away. Tapping all my enemies won't help anything right now. So I could have put that Holy Awe into my shields, but I don't think it matters under the circumstances. Oh, glad. I'm so glad I got my other diamond cutter. I hate it here. Fucking put one of them in the shields. Maybe something in my shields will be useful. Problem is, he's just gonna keep beating the shit out of me, because there's nothing I can do. This deck is not great. Oh, good. He just has an 8,000 attack creature now. Well, we're blocking that, because otherwise we get double broke and we're gonna be screwed. Not that we have a great position right now anyway. But hey, you know that shield that card I just put in shields? I have it back now. Yay! All of my shield cards were garbage. Which, 2 of which I put there, so I'm not surprised by that, but the third one was also just another diamond cutter. Just skip these turns. This fight's over. Just kill me. Thank you. Try again. This is our last attempt at this fight, though, because I don't want to sit here and just keep losing to the same guy with a random deck. I love that I drew a worse hand. I didn't even think that was possible, and yet here we are. Even with an extra card. I love how the AI is always throwing Holy Awe into the mana pool like I am too, by the way. Just very funny to me. We'll at least be able to play a card now. Get an Aqua Hulkus out in the hopes that we get a card that'll do something. We do actually have the strength advantage right now. But I'm assuming they're going to evolve this, be out of my reach. Or they're just going to kill him. I just looked at that picture again and went, wait a minute, I've seen that picture before. Okay, at least we got something playable. Problem is I have so much light mana and nothing else. Oh, he just has nothing this turn. Okay, at least I'm not the only one with fucking nothing. And we have all these evolution cards. This is why I don't use evolution cards, by the way. Because you can end up in a situation like this where you're just sitting with an entire handful of evolutions but no base material to evolve them from. Doesn't work. Won't go anywhere. He's about to get an evolution because he has something. And I sure do have one thing. A real big hole about to open in my soul here. You may as well just kill me now, game. What the fuck is this? I've literally drawn all 4 of my Crystal Paladins before I've drawn anything else. And now I've drawn multiple Diamond Cutters. Why even give me a turn? Why even give me a turn if you're gonna give me things like this? Why are you like this? You know, for all that this deck has blue in it and such, you know what I haven't seen a single useful thing of? Any spiral gates, any bouncing of any kind. I think I just have straight up the worst blue deck ever made. It's a universal constant. You play a card game and you're either going to be really happy or really upset. These are the 2 worlds you live in. These are the 2 truths you'll have. There's no, like, middle ground with a card game most of the time. Okay, so I have 7. The only thing I could do is get a Crystal Paladin out in time for me to die. Because he's gonna double break again and then finish me off with that thing. Can this attack? It can. In fact, it'll give him more survivor units to kill me with. Look at all these cool things other people have that I don't get to have. You know what? We're gonna try something stupid then. Well, we may as well Hail Mary and try to eeny, meeny, miny that one. Why is it always Miracle Quest? Why is every single shield I have a fucking Miracle Quest? The only miracle here is me getting to do anything. See, I picked the random deck because I'm like, okay, it can't possibly go worse than mine because mine's a mess. And then they gave me this. The good news is we can survive one more turn. We can survive one more turn. It won't matter, but we can survive one more turn. Because I can block their big attacker. But it doesn't matter. It genuinely doesn't matter. Just take this hit on the chin. Oh, hey! That actually worked! Our other card was Holy Awe. We actually don't need to burn our blocker yet. Holy shit. There's a concept forming here. Why did I... Wait. Hate it here. I did something stupid. Actually, no, we don't have the guy that bounces my own blockers. Well, we do, but we're not playing him. We're playing the other one. We're playing the feud. No, we're not. I might actually have some success there. I have to give up a blocker, though, to get that guy, but... in fact, getting him doesn't matter. Actually, wait, no. It sort of matters. I could kill their big guy, but that doesn't actually matter. I needed a bigger blocker than that for that to matter. But I could still spite kill him. In fact, I'm going to spite kill him because it'll make me feel better. But, we lose, still. Unless he just, for some reason, has an AI brain moment and just chickens out of attacking entirely. Which he will not do. Because he now has even more attack because he just has this synergized nightmare deck here to fight my random bullshit. Okay, you are BMing now. Kill me. No, I do not want to play again. What the? That's not the... That is not the portrait of the person I was speaking to. Who is this man? Where the hell did he come from? The fuck just happened? Okay. I have no idea what just happened. Somebody appeared, made fun of me, and got unlocked in multiplayer mode, I guess. 2 out of 3 with deck of my choice. 2 out of 3 using alternating decks. Create a temporary darkness deck. Let's do the alternating deck one again. That was actually fun the last time we had that. It'd be nice to actually get to use my deck again. Which is saying something with how annoyed I was getting with it. And you know what? This is exactly why I'm angry at my deck all the time. This sure is a wonderful hand of not useful that I have in my hand that I can do nothing with. I miss what a playable deck feels like. Which my deck has gotten decent, but it just shits the bed like that sometimes, apparently. Based on what they have out, put Kuratops out because he can go hit it. Because they've got an unblockable there, and I don't want it to stay there. It'll mean killing Kuratops, but sacrifices that I'm willing to make, blah blah blah. Ah. I can't help but notice that the thing I was going to kill isn't there anymore. It has suddenly grown up. So I guess maybe I should have just hit it with a missile, huh? What does this thing do? Oh good, you give every light creature blocker. Lovely. So hey Hunter Fish, you're gonna be a sacrifice. Hope you don't mind. Because we're gonna need to make headway before he just spams the whole field with blockers and pisses me off. Yeah, I figured. You're gonna kill him. That's actually fine. Go ahead and kill him. Because the whole reason he got put out there no longer mattered. Yeah, we're definitely gonna do this. It's gonna hurt my mana curve, but I need something that can get rid of that problem. And it does matter what I get rid of from my mana pool, because I have cards that can pull it back from the mana pool. Just as a reminder for people. Don't like that. Don't like that you're getting more good things. Now we'll take the hit with the blocker there. Because he doesn't have other things that we're going to attack anyway. Throw you away again. Fires the missile. Thing is, he's got a ton of blockers now, so I can't actually kill the thing I want to kill. Because he's just going to keep blocking. But we need to start chewing through that, or we end up not being able to do anything. Problem is, he's just going to keep playing more of them. That's how these light decks work. Oh, that's different in a bad way. Sure, we'll trigger Flood Valve. Give me back my Gatling Sky Terror, I guess. but I now have less mana. Actually, hang on. We might be okay. Where do you... We Spiral Gate away one of them, and then we kill the other one. Okay, now he has no board, so he has to spend more mana to get any of that going again. He might have enough mana to just play a creature and evolve it again, though. In fact, he probably does. Yep, here he comes back again. Guess who's back? Back again. That fucking guy. And he's going to attack immediately, which is fine, because now I can kill him again. So that's not actually the worst thing, even though it seems like a bad situation. This is actually okay. I could send it back to his hand again, but I'd rather it be dead. Because I can put a blocker down, kill that, and now anything else he plays shouldn't be able to just immediately rush me down. We are in a dodgy situation, but that's what blockers are for, is for covering your lack of shields. Oh, he's getting that guy right back, too. And I'm just gonna kill him again. Go ahead, summon him as many times as you want. I will just fucking kill him again. See how much I care about killing that stupid thing 1,000 times. If anything, killing it is bringing me joy, so go ahead, keep summoning it. Summon it so that I may kill it again. I acknowledge I'm getting nowhere fast doing this, but I'm getting satisfaction. So it's fine. Oh, he's gonna summon something unblockable now. You cheeky son of a bitch. Well, joke's on you, I've got an answer to that. This is why I held my Riptide Charger. Not only am I gonna get a free point of mana, but you go back to his fucking hand and think about what you've done, while I break all of his shields. Wow, no shield triggers in there? I'm genuinely shocked. Alright, now it's 0-0. If he has something that can attack instantly, I lose. Oh. Actually, I think... Oh, no. No, he's using all of his mana. Never mind. I thought he was going to pull an evolution card out again, because evolution cards skip Summoning Sickness. I thought he was going to cheese me out with that again. We'll just get a Sky Terror on the board, even though it's not going to matter. And we actually took that from a failure to a win. And using his deck against him is not going to be too bad, because that seems like it's a decent deck. Him using my deck against me is going to be a bit unfortunate. What does this do? Okay, blocker gets a lot of attack. That's fine. Would have been great to keep as a shield trigger, but it's absolutely okay. Get rid of it. He has a lot of blue in his hand, apparently. Based on the fact that he just keeps getting blue mana. So I think he might have drawn, like, the worst hand imaginable with my deck, which, honestly, haha on him at that point. Oh, now he has red in there. And for those wondering, yes, I fully expect to get karma'd for that haha. But that's okay. You're the one that gets card draw, right? No. Oh, you just tap a random enemy. No. Get out of here. I don't need you. We could get Sieg Balika out, which is the give everybody blocker thing that he had out. But I think we're actually going to focus on getting some more units out first, and then do those evolutions. We'd get an extra attack in right now, but we wouldn't have anybody to protect him in case he actually gets a decent creature out. Which he's not yet, apparently. He drew poorly. and melt that down. Now that we have a backup, now we'll play this guy. We'll go ahead and hit him. If that was... I was gonna be very upset if there was just a spiral gate underneath there. He threw away a spiral gate. Oh no, that's Flood Valve. I thought that was spiral gate, and I was about to be so happy that that was in his thing already. Okay, so he attacks and has more power. That's fine, you just kill my blocker. That's okay. And then you get to hit me. That's also absolutely fine. Protective Force came out at the wrong time. We got the Vizier of Rain Clouds. What's Crazed Valkyrie do? When you put this creature into the battle zone, choose 2 of your opponent's creatures and tap them. Actually, yeah, we're doing that. We're gonna get rid of this Vizier of Suppression. Oh, I don't have enough! I counted wrong! So actually, let's undo that. Let's get rid of the Vizier of Rain Clouds instead. The plan was gonna be to have an extra blocker by virtue of just whatever creature I play. And let's punish the fact that he overextended by killing his units. He is gonna have 7 now, which is gonna be an issue. He's not got a big creature, though, apparently. He's fishing for one right now. May he not get it. And he's got the cavalry guy again, that's fine. Sacrifice a Crazed Valkyrie to get a Crazed Valkyrie. Go ahead and tap both of them. Now what we do with that is we kill both of his units that are on the board. Maintain board control. This way, whatever he summons has to stand alone. And we can freely work around it. That's a 7,000? No, it's the 6,000. Which I can stall out with this guy. Lunar, thank you for the raid. What were you up to today? Hopefully you all had a good time. We're just over here playing some card games that I'm mostly losing, but we're making it work at this point. Not really doing plot at all, just messing around with random duels. Wait, isn't that the one that kills a blocker? Uh-oh. And that's fine. He'll get 2 breaks on me, and then it'll be what it'll be. There you are. Hopefully you all had a good time today. What were you up to? I appreciate the flowers. Ooh. I keep hearing so many good things about Spiritfarer, but I've yet to get to it myself. Right, because that's... Yeah, because I gave everything on my side blocker. He can kill technically anything. I'm glad to hear you're having a good time. And by all means, if you need to raid and run, feel free to do so. I can't quite win right now, and that's a problem. He's already tapped. I guess we'll just tap that one, sure. We do have enough shields to just take the heat, though, so just hit him. Put him down to his last Much appreciated for the raid once again, and do, by all means, take care of yourself. Thank you for the well-wishing there. We are probably not going to be going too awfully long. Probably just a handful more duels. Yeah. It is very of its time. We are getting bodied here. This one's over. Which is fine. Ironically enough, for those coming in from the raid, the way this particular challenge against this opponent works is we fight him first with my own deck, and then the second fight was we switch decks. He uses mine, and I use his. We just got our ass beat when using his. Hell yeah. I haven't thought about metabots in a while. There are some metabots games that I was debating doing as well. I just didn't do them today. There's one, I believe it's one of the Game Boy Advance ones as well, that's like a platform fighter a bit. So I remember playing that once upon a time. Okay, now I'm back in familiar territory using the mess that I made instead of whatever the mess that he made was. We can probably get away with just getting rid of the Braid Claw. Yeah, because he'll just go forth and die. We'll just put a blocker out. Now, for anybody that doesn't know how Duel Masters work, you got most of the basic idea already for just seeing how the turns played out. But you have to give up cards from your hand to generate mana. The mana will be of whatever color the card you give up is. And then you have to just be able to afford what you want to play. That's the main things. And then just break those shields you see floating in front of people to win. You have to get one more hit after the shields are gone. And they will get those shields into their hand when they're broken. So that will potentially blow up in your face. I'm gonna go ahead and snooze that ad since y'all just got here. No reason for you to get dumped into ads immediately. It's not gonna buy a ton of time, but it's some time at least. I could get an attacker out immediately. Yeah, I was on my way out of a lot of things as well when this started getting bigger. And then it just kind of died. Like, I played it a bit, specifically playing the PS2 game. And I do seem to recall that I had, like, a handful of the cards around, and I think they may still be in the box with everything else, like I was talking about earlier. I'm not sure at this point, because I haven't looked in that box since I moved here many moons ago. Okay, so we got Flood Valve and Spiral Gate. An entire handful of spells is definitely an oddity for this deck, and it's an unfortunate oddity. Go ahead and get rid of Burst Shot for the moment. Flood Valve's unique in that it can get me something that I put in my mana pool back. Otherwise, you ordinarily wouldn't be able to get them. We could probably use the Missile, because it'll kill a 3,000 or less target. Get rid of this thing. Yeah, that's probably the play here. Yeah, Beat 'em on I never actually... I think I just straight up never even acknowledged that that was a thing, aside from seeing that it was there. See, I'm unfortunately one of those people that missed Digimon at its time. Like, obviously Digimon's still around, but I missed the earlier parts of it, which is a shame. I say it's a shame because I enjoy it now. Beyblade I just missed entirely as well, but I don't really miss that I missed that, if that makes sense. I don't know if that phraseology makes any sense at all. Actually, put Flood Valve into mana, I just realized with that I can actually do both. Yeah, exactly. Digimon has some very interesting designs, and a lot of the games are actually much more interesting than I thought they were going to be. Plus or minus some definite odd decisions, especially in the first Digimon world, but, you know, that's how it goes sometimes. Especially with first game aim in a series and being from before apparently Digimon really became more of a thing. Yeah. I can't say that that's an uncommon thing particularly. Like, not necessarily bus seats in particular, but people modifying Beyblades to be super dangerous, I seem to recall was definitely a problem. That was one of the few things I remember hearing about involving Beyblades, where as people at one of my schools were putting sharpened blades on them. Because that's a good idea. Now, I have no idea if that was actually something that happened or if that was just a rumor thing, but I choose to believe that that really happened because it's just such a weird idea. And honestly, the people that I went to school with, both in middle and high school, were unhinged enough that I would absolutely believe that they would do that. Jesus. That's exactly the kind of thing I'm talking about, though. That right there is pretty much exactly the thing. Because I assume it just gets sent spinning around the bathtub and just scrapes the hell out of it. Oh. I had a blocker once. I also had hope once. And both of those things have been blown up. There's a chance I can still turn this around, but this is a bad situation to be in. One of these cards is useful, one of these is not. The Searing Wave only does 3,000, right? Yeah. So that would only get rid of one of them, which would help, but it wouldn't solve anything. Oh yeah, I have to imagine that it would chew up any kind of flooring. It would probably even do in tile flooring after a bit. Especially considering what had already happened to the bathtub. I think the draw we got here might be a death knell for this round. Which is a shame, because we won the first round against this guy handily. And then we've just gotten our ass handed to us since then. So let's see, this will take us to 7 mana, so I could technically Energy Charger and Revolver Fish. It's the only play I've got, so I guess we're doing it. The good news about Energy Charger is it turns into a point of mana immediately, because that's what all the Charger spells do. Yeah, I can see why they would take those away at that point, though, because it's easy to assume that that's going to happen again. But at the same time, just tossing them all away is a bit of overkill as well. Yeah, 3-minute ad every hour, because that's what the automated system does. I don't really have a choice there if I want to keep the pre-rolls gone. Yeah. Okay, volcanic arrows can kill this one at least. But now I lose a shield anyway, so it's as if he was still there, and we lose. Because our blocker was stunned. Rip. Yeah, we'll give that a try again, because we can win this. We beat him the first round. So if we can beat him once, we can beat him again. And then we'll probably find like 1 or 2 more opponents and then wrap up for the day. I can get a Braid Claw out. Go ahead and put Ukarn away. We do at least have Spiral Gate on hand to try to keep their evolutions under control. Because unfortunately the setup that I have doesn't leverage evolution cards as well as the AI does. So they end up just getting stronger stuff out earlier than I do, and they can skip Summoning Sickness because that's just how evolution works. Oh, this hand is unfortunate as far as trying to get my blue cards out, though. Because without blue mana, I can't play them. But with... all of them are good cards to have. think I'll just wait. We have board advantage right now because we're the only one who actually put a creature down anyway, so we can hold for a turn. Okay, he's throwing the unblockable guy out first. I wouldn't mind holding for Brain Serum, but I'd rather get the blocker out. It won't work against the guy who can't be blocked, but it'll take care of anything else that he summons. And we already have a shield lead on him, so he has to get rid of my attacker before he can start gaining ground there. Or he just needs to get his own blockers out. Which it's looking like he's not quite getting yet, because he doesn't have the mana to play anything else after that guy. Stained Glass is useless here because it only removes fire and nature cards. Welcome back from the ads. You didn't really miss much. A couple turns have passed, but it's the early game where nothing really happens. Yeah, the other half of that thought from earlier is that I think throwing them all away is overkill, but I can kind of see why that ended up being the move. And unfortunately, 3 minutes of ads are required to get rid of pre-rolls for that entire hour. Because you really just don't have a good choice as far as ads go with Twitch. Let's see, let's get rid of this thing, because it gave him a card. The two unblockable guys are a problem, but it is what it is. He's already behind on shields, so we should be able to finish him off before he can get too out of hand. So he is going to get something nasty out now. Just thankfully it's not the one that gives blocker, I don't think. Yeah, it's the strong one instead. So he's going to get a couple good hits in. That's what I figured. He's going to kill my attacker, which is actually going to become a problem. I remember not caring much about it before. Looking back at it now, it's alright. It's not particularly remarkable, but it's alright. It is pretty typical of its type. So if you aren't into that type of show, then obviously, you know, it ends up not working out. Just go and punt that guy back to his hand, so he has to burn his unblockable guy to put him back if he wants it. He's playing something else, though. Okay, yeah, the card draw guy is back again. That's fine, that buys me a turn, though he's going to play the give everybody block card. Let's just let that through, because I need to keep that blocker for other problems. Well, we can pull the same trick of mine that he used against me against him in a turn, because Metalwing Sky Terror can kill anything that has blocker for free. So I just need to get through one more turn, play that, then one more turn after that I can start just deleting his units for free. Problem is, by the time I get to do that, he's gonna have a lot of stuff piled up, which is gonna be a whole issue. I do really wish the AI would move faster. I could speed it up, but then it would start going too fast instead. Like, I don't really have a winning choice there. Because if I press my speed up button, the turn would literally just be over instantly. That is a common refrain I've heard. Zoids, I agree completely, because I enjoy Zoids. Even if I've heard occasionally that a few later parts of it did not end up as good. I do still wish it succeeded more over here. Splash Zebrafish is not gonna help. I think I'm just gonna get my Sky Terror out too late. I think this is a bust. But I'm gonna play it anyway because it's the only play I have. We went from doing okay to being just so hard on the back foot here. Yeah, in fact, he has 3 units, one of which with Double Breaker. Yeah, it's over. Unless we happen to have, like, Spiral Gate or something hidden in the shields. He may actually take a moment to kill my Sky Terror, though, which would be a mistake on his part, but he may very well do it. The AI can be a bit of a dum-dum sometimes. But he's got an extra attacker now, so it's absolutely over. Oh, good. I'm glad that the shield effect I have is fucking Blood Valve. Thanks. Thanks, game. I'm so glad I can get one of my mana cards back while I die. Yep, it's over. Genuinely needed one specific card to be under both of those shields. They literally would have needed to both be Spiral Gates to save this once he added the extra attacker. Now to see if I can beat him with his own deck. Which we lost last time. This is a less top-heavy hand, though, so this might be okay. And now there's a lot of things that just didn't hit over here. And I wonder how different things would be if more of them had actually landed instead of not making it. Like, how many things people would be making as, like, homages to those instead of other things that they are making instead. I don't have a more defined statement to make there, just a general floated thought from a brain that's getting a little too tired to keep those thoughts more specific. He has to attack every turn, so he dies. So the good thing about this hand is I can play all of it. The bad thing about this hand is I have to keep throwing away things I would like to use in order to be able to play anything. So I need to keep the mana moving. This one... Do I get him out now? I waited last time and it didn't necessarily work out for me, but it didn't work against me necessarily either. With what he's played so far, let's just get another 3000 blocker out. Yeah, because he's gonna get another fish out. So we're kind of just both in the same position here, and his stained glass is useless. Yeah, exactly. Which, personally, I find Digimon more interesting than Pokemon, but I think that's partially because there was less exposure for Digimon than for Pokemon. I feel like Pokemon ended up in that situation where it got overexposed. Not to mention certain decisions made by the companies involved there in general anyway, but that's neither here nor there. This thing's not particularly useful. Yeah, because it's also a 3 cost. If it was a 1 cost like it's 1000 power, I would actually keep this, because I could then put it out and then put the Intense over it. But we should probably just get the Vizier of Rain Clouds out now. Because they still can't do too much. Okay, yeah, they really can't do too much if they're going for Brain Serum. That might give them the cards that they'll be able to do something with next turn. Glory Snow, I don't even think I've seen this. Your opponent has more cards in his mana zone than you have in yours. Put the top 2 cards of your deck into your mana zone. I don't know if he has more than me or not. I only have 5. But I don't think I skipped any turns as far as the mana zone goes. He only has 4, so no, I have more than him right now. So that spell doesn't work right now. I am gonna hang on to that, though, in case I start doing anything too stupid. That might actually work out in my favor. Okay, Actually, yeah, let's keep the unblockable guy, because they have a bunch of blockers out right now. Which we will start killing them. Oh, no, they didn't... Okay. What? Does getting blocker neutralize the unblockable attack? That's stupid. Had I known that was the interaction there, I wouldn't have attacked with him. I don't know if it really actually goes that heavily on that, as some people may believe. Like, yes, there's a bit potentially there because of some of the designs, but I feel like that gets played up more than is actually accurate. Yeah, he's burning all of his mana pool, so I straight up will never be able to use Glory Snow, so let's just get rid of that. May as well just get a second Intense out. If I still had the other guy, would have 3 of them. Now we got a bunch of 5,000s, but he has a 9,000 now, which is why his mana pool shrank so much. We're in an awkward situation here. I do have more shields than him, so I think I'm just gonna wait 1 turn, let him swing out with that, and just choose not to block it. I feel like a lot of teenagers very much appreciated the Angel Woman design. Oh, we actually got lucky and got that to happen, so now I can actually avoid anything else attacking. Not that they would have been able to get through anyway. Yeah. Well, that's why I said teenager, because back when that movie would have been in theaters, close enough. Kids and teenagers end up sharing a lot of similar ideas, depending on how you grow in that vein. Yeah, exactly. The main difference being, after or you hit a certain threshold, you know exactly why you like that. The I do know and I don't know is the real switch that gets flipped there, really. Again, another common choice there, yeah. I may as well play that and then upgrade it. Because that was the debate I was having, was do I get rid of Ballast to play Magris and then turn it into the other one so I have 3 5,000s on the field, or do I play these two to have some chumps to block with? And actually, I think the chump block strategy might be the better call here. Because it gives me a more free hand to do other things with. Though I probably should have played the card draw guy first in case we got something else I could have used. But especially now that everything he has is tapped, let's kill his 2 blockers. Because that'll give me a more free hand to try to do something here. Because now he's on a timer. But he's got a Spiral Gate. Of course he does. Yep, now he's gonna kill that. Well, he's gonna try, and I'm gonna block it with the useless 2,000, which is why I set that up that way. You're a 3,000 attacker, so we'll just have that equalize. It kind of was like a bastardized version of like mixing Yu-Gi-Oh! Magic and some other things. They really just threw a bunch of card games into a pot and decided it's its own card game now. Which attracted me to a certain degree because it had aspects of both that I liked. And some of the card designs were interesting. And I'm also one of those people that played like every card game he could get his hands on, and I still do. But to the average consumer, I could absolutely see why that would be a problem, especially since Yu-Gi-Oh! Happened first, I do believe. So all of those would get compared to that, and obviously compared to Magic, because Magic was around a lot longer than that too. So you just get death by comparison. Yeah, it's a rough one. It could definitely be a rough one. Speaking as one who played a lot of Magic the Gathering over the years, I can definitely see why it would be not impenetrable, but hard to get into. Yeah, I need to do something about that 9,000, but I can't, and I did not draw the double breaker in time. Because I don't have the mana to get it onto the field in a good way. My best play is to play the Vizier Suppression and upgrade it. We're gonna be basically back in the same position we were before. Oh yeah. Because, you know, they're calling them Magic cards. So there ends up being brand confusion there. Or at least it's an excuse for them to argue about something and try to shut down competition is probably the more honest answer there. But I do remember that happening too, because that was back when Yu-Gi-Oh! Was still pretty new. I don't actually remember how many sets got out before they tried to argue about that. I want to say it was only like 1 or 2 sets got out before they went, hey, hang on. Naming convention problem. I kind of need to just keep doing the same thing and buying time here. I don't know why that would have turned into a fight, but enjoying Regeki is understandable. Especially in the earlier days, is like, yeah, you know what? Fuck you and your whole board. No things for you. I think we're slowly going to lose here, but I'm going to keep fighting to try to keep us from losing. Yeah, no, I'm absolutely with you on that. That's kind of why I ended up back in the cycle of playing all of the other card games again. Because at the very least, if I'm sitting here switching card games a lot, I'm not going to be as annoyed. Because I have less attachment. It's also why I don't play the physical versions of any of them, because the attachment of having to pay an arm and a leg just to have a handful of cards. Yep. That's basically Yu-Gi-Oh! In a nutshell at this day and age, is you win in the first turn or you lose. It's pretty horrendous from all I've seen and heard. Thing is, yeah, no matter what I do here, I lose. Because he has enough creatures on the board now that he'll break my ability to block, and then I die. I needed this draw to be better, and we didn't get it. I'm doing that just to specifically stop myself from continuing the loop, so we throw and end this. There we go. Why is it... Where did that guy come from again? We already unlocked him in multiplayer mode. Why did that unlock happen again? I mean, there's no such thing as being too old for something like that. Speaking as someone definitely older. But your enjoyment of it will vary quite a lot. I would say it would probably be much more worth getting into with like a select handful of friends instead of trying to play in the public pool. The public pool is a nightmare. But I say that about most card games, because the public pool in most card games is a nightmare. Okay, I did not actually get any money at any point, as it turns out. And, like, you could even just go back and play some of the games that were made for Yu-Gi-Oh!, for example, to get a feel for the game more without just having to dive headfirst into the pool of players. I mean, it did for a long time, and then it just got ditched because Capcom is Capcom. Like, Mega Man lasted as long as it did because it was decently successful. If it was any less successful than it was, it wouldn't even have gotten as many games as it did. Like, would it be nice if they were still making Mega Man games? Absolutely. Though at the same time, I'm in that camp of I'm not sure if I trust Capcom to make those anymore. I was gonna say, I don't think that that's true. I don't think it helped, even though I did enjoy those games. They were a little too different to be popular, I think. Or at least popular enough to satisfy Capcom. That's rarely where the issues in some of those come from, is it has to be popular enough to satisfy big company that keeps continually getting too big for its own britches. Is they reach a point where they have too high a margin that they're aiming for, so they become impossible to satisfy. And people are more than welcome to disagree with me on that statement, but I do feel like that is an actual issue. Honestly, I don't remember ZXA specifically enough. I know I finished both the ZX games, but I don't remember them very well because I beat both of them when they were relatively new. And that was a while ago at this point. Yeah. I thought both the ZX games had you turning into bosses. I thought ZX and ZX Advent both had that. But again, I may be misremembering there. That's close enough. That's probably why it got mixed in my brain, is because I equate the Guardians with bosses as well. Okay, they've gotten buffed up, so I can't actually break through that right now. So we need to hold position for a moment. Now, and I need to actually sit down and beat all the Zeros. They really just have some decisions that aggravate me here and there, which keep me from finishing a lot of them. I think I've only finished the first one. I think it was the first one that I beat. I beat literally only one of the four, and I don't remember which one it was anymore. I wouldn't go that far. I enjoyed the gameplay AO01. Even if it had some questionable decisions here and there, but I would say that about that whole series, where there's questionable decisions. Now that I would agree with, yeah. They made a massive trade-off along the way between the two. A trade-off that kind of continued, I would say. But at the same time, I feel like they'd have a hard time following up with what they did with the first one. Depending on what route they would want to go for doing that. And again, this is coming back to why I'm not sure I would trust Capcom to continue Mega Man in general at this point. I'm gonna have to dig in my memory here for a minute before I can say yay or nay whether I agree there. I do remember enjoying 4, but I also remember enjoying 3. I don't know if I would say there's a clear-cut best in there from where I stand. But based on the way they were adding specific mechanics in each of them, that doesn't mean anything to me off the top of my head. That is not how I remember things. So that's not going to be what resonates. My brain is weird. There's no good answer for what I will and won't remember from a game. You could tell me the most impactful moment from a game and I'll be like, oh, that happened in there? But you can tell me the most minor fucking random shit and I'll remember that for some reason, if that's what decided to click for me. Like, that's just how my brain connects dots. My momentum's going to die. Yeah, you're of course gonna block. That makes sense. And he's about to delete my only strong attacker. So that's how dark decks work. Just like Black from Magic, you just go, hey, I don't like that creature being in existence. Die. Just take the hit because we'll lose a blocker otherwise, and this at least keeps the rest of his creatures from attacking. Is there something in my mana pool that I want? That's not the thing I wanted to look at. That's just a frog. Not really. It's just basically the same scenario that I have in my hand already, so go away. Put the Hunterfish down. We'll use that to chump block the 6,000 just to keep it from breaking more shields. I might not get to do anything, because this might just ruin everything I'm doing. We'll find out in a moment. Okay, no, it's just a strong, scary Reaper. That's fine. Sacrifice the 3,000 to block him from attacking. Oh yeah. You can learn a lot by how people will try to understand a card not from their game. And that goes the other way around, too. I seem to recall that there's a decent series out there of a Yu-Gi-Oh! Player trying to understand Magic the Gathering cards as well, and being similarly confused. Technically, card advantage is a thing, but it's a lot more about everything else going on around it. Like, it's much more resource-oriented, is a fair statement to make. uh, 6,000 attack again. No, just take that hit. Once again, do the same thing we were doing before. That's a trade I'll take, because that'll actually remove one of their creatures. But he gets it back into his hand. Is for those wondering why I'm trying to get rid of this worm in particular so badly, whenever another of your darkness creatures would be put into your graveyard, put it back in your hand instead. So basically, I can't kill anything completely. They just keep coming back. And yeah, exactly. That's where the resource difference comes in. Why card advantage isn't the same thing. Because you can have 7 cards in your hand in Magic and be able to do nothing. 7 cards in your hand in Yu-Gi-Oh! You can do everything you could possibly desire for the most part. Unless you're looking for a very specific combo. But much like this, you can end up in a situation where you just have no mana, so you're just hosed. Right now, I have plenty of mana, but nothing that'll actually do a meaningful thing against the setup they have. So I need to be able to get rid of that 6,000. And while Burning Power technically could do that, I can't do that with the card I have out there, because it can't attack. So what I have to do here is get rid of this, play the Metalwing Sky Terror, and just hold shit together for one more turn. Because that's how this game can be sometimes, is you just have the back and forth, and he's about to ruin my entire play with an instant kill card again. Is he just has those in his pocket. Getting tired of him thwarting my plans. The good news is he can only have 4 copies of that card. The bad news is he definitely has a lot more copies of that card than I have things that will kill that enemy. So it's a bit of a problem. And that's just how these games go sometimes. You just end up in an unwinnable situation because your opponent just has a deck that's designed to defeat what you're trying to do. Or they just happen to draw the better end of theirs compared to yours. Which, that's simultaneously my biggest frustration and my biggest attraction to card games, is the fact that you don't always end up specifically getting the exact same results every time. Which is what makes matchups more interesting than if it were solely a skill-based game. The takeaway right now is shit's fucked. That's all you really need to take away from the current situation. They have things stronger than I can deal with. And I cannot get a thing to get rid of. Sad days are here again. Skip the mana because it's not gonna matter. Let's fire a missile to at least clear up a little bit. These two are the only ones I can kill. I mean, there's not even that many rules at play here. It might just be that this is going just a little too quick. That's fair. Like, if you're saying this has too many rules compared to poker, then absolutely it does. But I would argue almost every trading card game has a lot more rules than poker. That's fair. If resource management isn't your thing, then that's absolutely understandable that this would also bounce off completely. Resource management's one of my things, so it ends up working for me. Yeah, even with the extra 2,000, we only have 4,000. That's just not enough. And I'm not even gonna be able to get through his blocker, so this was a waste of a turn. We have one more turn to try to pull something out of my ass here. Because he still can only get one attack through. If he realizes that he can kill my blocker, which he absolutely can right now, it's over right now. But the AI sometimes is a coward. Nope, he's just going for it. He's gonna accept that his unit dies there, and then he just kills me. Wait. Wait. What? Oh, god damn it. Guess who just realized why all of his stuff was stronger at the worst possible time to realize that? Yeah, that's how a dark deck field looks a lot of the time. Worms, zombies, and awful. Death is their friend. So, what I failed to catch there is the thing we just killed right before the end was buffing their whole field. I didn't realize that because I didn't check. That was the linchpin that would have actually turned that whole field in my favor. It would not have saved the fight entirely, but it would have helped. It would have made that more of a fight instead of me just stalling as long as I could just to not die, only to end up dying at the end. What challenges did you have? Great, temporary darkness deck can fight you. 2 out of 3 with a random deck. Duel Mind. Do I have Duel Mind? I do not have Duel Mind. Okay, we'll do this random fight, and then we'll stop for the day. Because he'll still have his deck, but I'll have something. I don't know what. Okay, he's gonna go first, which is good because for those catching up, the player who goes second gets an extra card in their hand. Okay, we got a red-black setup. So we might actually be able to level the playing field a bit here. Because I can use the same amount of removal that he has. We have 2 Proclamations of Death, so we'll hang on to those and just get Maro Ooze out. Yeah, they definitely borrowed very heavily archetype-wise from Magic. Because the archetypes do exactly the same thing between this and Magic. So if you understand one, you can fairly easily understand the other. You just then need to get down to nitty-gritty of card mechanics from there. Okay, you just have a tap ability to give Double Breaker. That's not useful right now. Go away. Shoya the Unheeding is what? You have Power Attacker 1000, but you can't be blocked. Like, it wastes the fight. Okay, that's fine. Go ahead and get out on the field, because you can kill a 1000 for me. Let's see if they'll block this. Good. Because that gets rid of both of them, that's fine. I just don't want him being able to build his field up. Of course, he's just going to throw a larger blocker out. Which is inconvenient, but is fine. Comet Missile. How much damage does this one do? Oh, perfect. I can actually just nuke that blocker straight away. This is one of the spells I was always looking for. One that does way more damage. It's to a specific target. Kind of want to keep both these spells. Actually, all these spells, because this is all good removal. So we'll just hope that I don't get screwed by being a step behind on mana. Blow that up and just get another attack in. Like, by all means, if people have questions, I will try my best to answer them about how things work, but there's only so much I can explain either. Okay, you need a human on the board. I don't remember if the guy I've got out there is a human or not. Are you human? You are. Okay, so if I had 4 mana, I could actually play Armored Blaster Valdeos. But since I was holding these, I couldn't do anything. Oh yeah. Either late life cycle Game Boy Advance games or the handful of Game Boy Advance games made by people who really understood how to work with that system are great. A lot of Game Boy Advance games unfortunately look washed out and a little weird. Or just like weirdly chunky. I'm gonna have to give up one of my Proclamations of Death or my Tornado Flame. In this particular case, I think getting rid of Tornado Flame is the better idea because it's more expensive. Just break another shield and hope for the best here. similar to looking good, there's a lot of variation in how Game Boy Advance games sound as well. Because apparently the Game Boy Advance was weird in that it didn't have a separate sound chip. All the sound was routed through the CPU of the Game Boy Advance instead of actually having its own chip. Yeah. So is there actually that much of a time span difference there in when those released? Because I genuinely don't know the release dates of much of anything off the top of my head. That's, again, information that just bounces right off my brain and just goes away. And of course, there's certain companies that just don't seem to know how to make things look good, just to put it bluntly out there. Like, they know how to make things work well, but they may not know how to make things look good. Tornado Flame is 4,000. Also gotta love that all of my Shield Trigger cards are in my hand. Shield Trigger would be great in case these people didn't figure that one out, because it casts the spell for free. Yeah, this is the problem. That needs to die. So here's what we're gonna do then. We're gonna get rid of my other Proclamation of Death, which makes me sad. Play Tornado Flame because it'll guarantee the kill on the thing I want dead. And then next turn we should be at 6 mana where I can play our stronger card out. This way they don't have an attacker out because blockers almost always can't attack. Except this is one of the rare exceptions, so fuck me, I guess. So Tornado Flame and Amaro Ooze. Valdios will do fine here. He'll take all my mana. I don't really want to give up the Tornado Flame, but I feel bad about getting rid of my blocker as well. Neither of these are good decisions, but that's kind of how the resource generation in this works, is you have to make choices that may not be good choices. But at least this way, his blocker's gone and his field's clear. And he had nothing. He had a handful of nothing. Sure, we'll go ahead and just put you on the board. And yeah, I could absolutely see how the appearance of the time difference would be greater. Is when you're in the moment, obviously, it's going to feel way longer. I've had so many games where I look back and go, oh, those were not even a year apart? It felt like it took forever. But part of that is, of course, not necessarily being able to get them when they're new as well. So you started equating when you could get them with when they came out. Yikes! The good news is he threw that away to kill my creature. The downside is we are now not in a great position either. The good news is this deck seems to have a lot of cheap creatures, so it's not all lost. And since he's on the back foot right now, him sacrificing that was actually not a great idea. It was the only move he had, but he might have been better off banking that in hoping that I didn't attack it. Because now he'll play that, it'll just die, and then he'll die. So, actually no, he's playing 2 of them, so he'll be able to stall longer than that. Because they both have blockers, so I can't get past them without getting rid of them. Oh, there's a classic, Brawler Xyler. Speaking of, we'll just throw him right on the board right away. And actually, I can't kill his blocker right now. Like, I can kill the 1,000, but I miscalculated thinking these guys were 3,000s. So we actually have to skip a turn here, which is bad. I should have Tornado Flamed. Because now he might actually be able to get leverage. Because he does have a ton of mana to use. Okay, actually, I'm glad I kept the Tornado Flame because I can get rid of the power booster he's got. I am going to take some heat here, but that's fine. That gives me more cards. Phantom Dragon's Flame. Destroy at 2,000 or less. Okay, that's going to be good here in a second. Oh no, that's a shield trigger. I need to use it immediately. Which is bad because it didn't do anything. I probably should have actually seen if I could avoid casting it. And then held it till now. Because you might be wondering, well, why would it matter if you cast it now or later? Right now they have some buffs on the field. Right with what I'm about to do, those buffs are going to go away. So I would have been able to actually nuke 2 of them. Because that goes away, and now... Oh, he's exposed. The thing is, he's going to block with the 1,000 first. Almost certainly. But one way or the other, he loses. Oh, he just accepted his fate. He didn't fight it. Now, the thing is, this is a 2 out of 3 with the random deck, so we might lose this time. And then we'd have to go to a 3rd round. This hand's not terrible, so I'm not thinking we're gonna lose here, but we'll see. We don't have a turn 1 move, which is not great. Phantom Dragon's Flame is probably the weakest removal we have, so we'll get rid of that so we can get Brawler Xyler out. He'll be able to take a few of their units out, so it'll be fine. Just gotta be careful with the power attackers because they're so vulnerable when they aren't attacking. Ooh, that's the move you're making, huh? Giving everything Slayer. Well, joke's on you. Terror Pit says goodbye to your good unit. It's nice getting to do that to them for a change, instead of having it happen to me. And get the Adaptive Chaos out there. You know what? This will be good for me either way. Either we kill the blocker for free, or we kill the snake. If he doesn't play anything, the snake dies. There we go. He chose to take the trade, which makes sense. If we give up one of the Proclamations of Death, we can upgrade to Armored Blaster. Who will be able to attack immediately, and he has double breaks, so he'll be able to punch right on through. And it gives us a nice 6k fighter to hide behind. I already have a couple raid targets in mind based on people I'm seeing pop up. We'll go ahead and just turn that into mana as well. Comet Missile's what? 6,000, yeah, but it has to be a target that has blocker. So we'll go ahead and use that to nuke the blocker they have. Kaboom! This way we can keep the Proclamation of Death for the next creature they summon. And this is the power of removal, which is why removal's kind of ridiculously powerful, especially in a game like this. It's like, oh hey, you played a card? Neat, die. You played another card? Neat, die again. What's that? You wanted to play the game? Oh, that's a shame. Here, I have another removal card. Pfft. Like, it just gives you supreme control over the battlefield, unless they do something about it. Which is just brutal. It's the same reason why, for those not familiar, you'll typically hear Magic players bemoaning having to deal with, like, a blue deck. Because blue decks are all about control and keeping your opponent from getting to play the game. Or, again, with the black deck, which has the exact same kind of removal cards you're seeing in play here. Insert card here just dies. Because that's what they're all about, is death. I could Tornado Flame him. Or I could just upgrade. I mean, it doesn't matter, particularly. Because he has no shields left, right? Yeah. So we should just Tornado Flame for the win here. Actually, wait. Tornado Flame is how much damage? 4,000. Yeah, that's fine. That's enough. I needed to make sure, because if the spell just fizzled on me, I was going to be very sad. And there we go. 2 for 2. We beat him with a random deck. And now we get this specific card. Iriel, the Ghastly Warrior. Which I didn't particularly care about getting it. Though that is a strong card with 11,000. 8 cost is a bit brutal. Well, just for a double breaker, though. I just wanted to get another win. So let's find ourselves somewhere to be, shall we? I was never intending to make progress in this game in case people are like, oh yeah, we're gonna get to see the plot of this game and everything. No, I just wanted to play the card game. I just need to see if the people I was planning on sending y'all over to are actually up and running yet. Looking like they are, but let me see what other options I have just in case. Pretty much, yeah. That happens a lot, honestly. Depending on what it is. Like, yeah, you know what, I'll just play a couple hands. Oh, there goes the sun. No, sun, come back. I need the daylight. No. What do you mean the sun came back while I was doing this? Oh, that's another problem. Let me just see what's going on here before I send us all over there. Okay, yeah, they're already in action, so we'll head on over there then. We'll go see Smory, who's doing some Goblin Cleanup. Goblin Cleanup's fun. It is very much in the same vein as things like Viscera Cleanup Detail and all of that, if you've seen those. And Smory's good people. She is a part of the little collab bunch I've gotten together over time. So, absolutely, we will send some support that way. We have been over there recently, but that hasn't stopped me before, and it won't stop me now. So, I'll go ahead and get that timer started. So, thank you all for taking the time to be here. This went on a little bit longer than I thought it was going to. I had intended for, like, just 3 or 4 hours, and we went for 6. But, you know, that's how this be sometimes, like we were just talking about. Thursday, we will be playing some Peak with some of those very same people that I mentioned from the server. Mostly new people. People who have not played Peak before for that much. So that'll be fun. Friday, I don't know what I'm doing yet because we don't have Abiotic this week because Mel is away. So we'll figure that one out as we go. And then Saturday will be Short Run Saturday. I have a few things earmarked for it. I just need to make a few decisions there to figure out which ones are going to get played. That'll probably be a decision I make that morning because that's just how I do. Because if I make a decision ahead of time, I'll probably just change that. I appreciate that. But take care of yourselves, be good to Smory, she's good people, and I'll see y'all next time. Good night, everybody.